svenska också.
Ja.
Jättebra.
Jag ska göra det på svenska hela det här.
Jag får tycka det är 40 år.
Jag studerar på Uppsala 40 år tillbaka.
Aha.
Ja, fint.
Everyone, again, we're allowing a few minutes for people to join us around the world. So hello Jerusalem, hello Sweden, hello California,
This is Shlomo Kalabach too.
Bonsoir.
Hi, everybody, for joining from all over the world. From Hawaii, we have Shayna in Hawaii, we have Jonathan in Jerusalem, Laura in Paris, Ronit in San Francisco, Rabbanit Liam Namdar from Gothenburg. Oh, and we have Judith Gold from Tzfat. So Jonathan is our Jerusalem musician and tuck guy, and Leah is our music coordinator, and she's worked really hard on this. We have Michael, Gilbert, and Donovan from our past Holocaust second generation group in the Bay Area. And we have musicians, and we have two Holocaust survivors going to share their story, David Lenga and Philip Raucher, and a few more people coming in soon. So I'm going to start. So before I'm going to share about my mother, I'm going to talk a little bit about this. That's one of the reasons we're doing it, because it's happening every 20th of the month that we are doing an event for global consciousness and awareness. We started 1st of January. We did a ceremony above the four quarters in the old city to create a better future for us. And the feeling was that 2020 is going to be a difficult one economically and many other things, but we didn't expect the virus. And so we have been meeting every month on the 20th to co-create a better future together and co-visioning. And so we hope at the end of hearing what happened to us in the past 80 years from the Holocaust and from the stories, that we can also end this meeting with having more hopes for overcoming our current times. And it's true that there are some parallels to the Holocaust. We are now in confinement. We don't know the future. Of course, God forbid, it's never going to be as what happened before. But it is another crisis, maybe a big one that hasn't happened for many, many years. So I would like to invite working with this past in this particular 2020 vision idea, so that we can also heal and hear and move forward. Also, the reason we chose the 20th of the month, not just because 2020 in the numerology, but 2020 is a perfect vision, right? But if you add 20, you get a third eye vision. It's like a third dimensional to a higher dimensional consciousness. So we hope we will now find better ways to co-create and cohabit and collaborate in the future. Okay, so I'm going to now read from my mother's past, from being a Holocaust survivor. And before that, I'm going to do a little prayer, which is Psalm 150, and that's raising the vibration and praising God's creation as well. Hallelujah, hallelujah el bekudsho, hallelujah berakia uzo, hallelujah bigvorotav, hallelujah kerov godlo, hallelujah betek hashofar, hallelujah benevel v'chinor, hallelujah betof u'machol, hallelujah beminim v'ogav, hallelujah betziltzilei shama, hallelujah betziltzilei truah, kol haneshama tehallelya, hallelujah. And it means that hallelujah, praise our Creator in His sanctuary. Praise Him in the heavens of His power. Praise our Creator in His gifts for us. Praise Him in abundant greatness. Praise Him with the blast of the horns. Praise Him with the harp. Praise Him with the stringed instruments and the timbre and the dance and the loud sounding cymbals and cymbals. Praise our souls, praise our Creator, hallelujah. Okay, now I will go over to the story of my mother. We created the Lindberg Peace Foundation in order to bring more consciousness of the past, of the Shoah, the Holocaust, and also bringing peace poetry prizes to the world. And so we've been reading my mother's poems for a few decades now after we started the foundation, and I will read 3 poems from her and a little bit about her history before. So my mother was born in Krakow in 1926, and she went through the war from age 12 to 19. And her main years was in the ghetto Krakow and Plaszow. And the last part of the war, she was in Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen, and after that taken to Sweden with the white buses. During the Holocaust, her father, Jacob Stendig, was forced to be the main architect at the Plaszow labor concentration camp, which is a bit south of Krakow. And he, after the war, wrote the book called Plaszow, which is now printed in the Schindler's Museum and Yad Vashem, so that people can learn that the Holocaust did really happen. He has all the evidence of all the SS men, of all the different architectural drawings. It was also used in the Schindler's List as a source. So that is important for me. Now I'm putting that out as well in the world. My grandmother, she was a journalist, and she was also a feminist, and she did travel to other places in the world to learn about women and voting and bringing the rights for the women too in those days before the war. Her sister Bronya, unfortunately, was killed in the ghetto of Krakow, brutally killed, and her son too. I don't want to go into the details, but you can imagine all the different ways they executed people. And her brother was the scientist Leopold Infold. He managed to leave before the war to Europe, and he co-authored the book Evolution of Physics with Albert Einstein. And so he was saved from the war, and we do have that book to read nowadays. I want to tell you a story that is interesting and pivotal. During the time of the camps, especially, my grandmother had to lie, and she never lied. She was a very righteous kind of, she didn't want to do anything that wasn't in integrity, or not eating, food that wasn't kosher. So she kept being in her kind of vigilance. But when they stood in front of Mengele in Auschwitz, waiting to be decided if to go to the left or right, she did lie. And she lied about her age, and she made herself look young. She put lipstick on her cheeks, and she lied about her age. And my mother, who's standing behind her, she knew already. Some people didn't know, but at that time, I think they knew what's going on. She knew that if she was sent to the gas chambers, she would go with her. She wouldn't want to go and work in the labor if she would be chosen, since she was a teenager. And because of this once in a lifetime lie, they were ordered by Mengele to go to the labor camp. And that's how my mother survived. And this is how I'm now sitting in front of you at this point, sharing this story. And during the war, my mother kept saying that, she kept saying that to her mother, that she saw God and that she was very connected to a bigger picture was going on. And I'll read that in one of the poems. And the reason she survived also is because my grandmother taught her mathematics and English during the camps. And I think it kept my mother busy and not too involved with what's going on. Even it doesn't mean that she didn't have her own trauma from what happened, of course. But after that, she was so hungry to study after the war ended. And unfortunately, my grandmother did pass away very, very too soon before the war ended. But she studied medicine, my mother, and she did study how important magnesium is for the intake of that mineral in our bodies. So she would recommend you, if she was alive now, to use at least 250 milligram magnesium a day. It's very healthy and good for your body. I'm going to now read 3 poems. One of the poems is from Auschwitz, and that is the poem that shares about her connection to God and understanding that maybe there was a bigger picture here, despite everything. Okay, so now I'm going backwards 80 years ago or less. Auschwitz. Ash red, the burning sky, the cannons of chimneys spit out souls. Here come you, want to warm your hands in the hell of fire, partaking crime made legal beyond all record of man's violence. Here come you, abjectly cowed, able to turn a deaf ear to the cry, the children's cry, in this low building where murder is industry. A civilized people outdo the Genghis Khan, outrank the hordes of Huns, thus seal their doom. Put a white sheet of silence over the low building. Hang a veil over the burning sky. Hush the cry of terror. Cut out this unbelievable from the heart of memory. Too much for human eye or ear, too much for human soul to bear. Earth never knew such crime. Free us from a witness's burden. Such sorrow is God's to bewail. I saw him cry. The second poem is from Plaszow, concentration camp 1943. The will. It's quiet tonight in the camp. I gather my last strength to put word to word, for the wind to carry my will outside. The echo of howling women and men are dying here slowly at the edge of gaping graves and the shriek of murdered children. Rain clots, heart halts, the sun does not come near. Man and God are no more. The red ball circles high, a vulture flying over carrion, the flash of a bullet, the loop of a rope. Wait at the throat to save us. No speeches, no funerals, forbidden to see our nearest. The screams in their brothels smother futile tears. So this death to reaffirm God day by day, till this torment, this suffering undeserved, visit you like a torch of curse, the soul witness. The outraged wind heralds the memory of our anonymous death, terrible and holy. And to end it with a more positive peace note, peace will come. Peace will come from within, a rustle of familiar things, a face of childhood on the lips of time, and filter inwards like a watchwork's chime, an echo of a lullaby at reaping time, at evening time when the farmers gently gather cows, a mother summons home her child, a bridegroom speeds to meet his bride. Peace will come from within, compelled by the whisper on the pale lips of dead brigades, the burning breath of martyred Jews, the gasping cry of violated women, the weeping of the unborn and the million shrieks of murdered children. Peace shall come from within, the bequeathed dominion, till then may no prophet rest.
Thank you so much, Eva. That was so beautiful, and taking a moment to really remember your mother and all that she represented and continues to represent through your foundation.
Amen.
I really want to say thank you to everyone on the call, and I would love to introduce our next artist, who is Yael Strom. He's a Yiddish scholar and artist and currently professor at San Diego State University in the Jewish Studies program there, and the artist in residence, and an absolutely tremendous klezmer player. So he's under Tallulah Strom, his lovely wife, Elizabeth.
Yeah. This is my wonderful partner and wife, Elizabeth Schwartz.
Welcome.
So we're gonna, so the tune I thought I'd do is a song that was written in Auschwitz by the Roma. And because of my research over the years with doing a lot of klezmer ethnographic research in Eastern Europe, I came across many Roma people and got interested in the culture, etc., the history. And there was an interesting relationship between Jewish and Roma musicians. And often, when there were no Jews around to play any of the melodies, the only people who remembered the melodies were the Roma. So this is a song called Blackbird. I'll just read the English in a moment. We thank you for having us. Oh, the black bird went into my heart and stole it. Here I live in Auschwitz. Here in Auschwitz, I'm hungry. There isn't a piece of bread to eat. There is nothing to eat here. It's all my bad luck. At one time, I had my home. I'm so hungry, I could kill. Oh, oh, Jesus. Oh, oh. And there was the survivor who remembered it, Roma survivor from Slovakia. And we only learned about it as only back in 1994. This survivor was met. It was part of a documentary film, and she sang this song.
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. I know because of time constraints, do you think you all might like to play your next song? I know you have to 11:45.
Yes, Elizabeth will introduce that one and tell you the connection.
Okay.
This song was actually written before the Holocaust. Where is the little street? Where is the house? Where is the maiden whom I loved? There is the little street, and there is the house, and there is the maiden whom I loved. Where's the brook? Where's the mill? Where is this village? Where is the synagogue? There is the brook, and there is the mill. There is the village, and there is the synagogue. Outside of my house, my pain is great. Everything is gone. It's just a dream. Gone is the little street, and gone is the house. And gone whom I loved.
Wie ist das Kessel, wie ist die Stieb, wie ist das Leben, wenn ich hab lieb. Ort ist das Kessel, ort ist die Stieb, ort ist das Leben, wenn ich hab lieb. Ort ist das Kessel, ort ist die Stieb. Is das Nebel, wenn ich wie ist das Teichele, wie ist die Milch, wie ist das Dörfele, wie ist die Schiff, was ist das Teichele, was ist die Is das Dorfer, Ort ist die Schild, Ort ist das Tichel, Ort ist die Mill. Ort ist das Dorfer, Ort ist die Schild. Rein in dem Stiefel, mein Weg ist Kreuz, als es gebleiben nach und noch Bleus. Nicht mehr das Gessen, nicht mehr die Stiefel, nicht mehr das Leben werden, aber lieb. Nicht mehr das Gessen, nicht mehr die Stiefel. Mehr das Leben werden, aber lieb.
Beautiful. Thank you all so much. It just so touches my heart to hear this beautiful music.
Thank you for inviting us, Leah,
so much.
and to participate with these other wonderful people who are commemorating. I don't want to really say celebrating, but commemorating this important day and marking this day in Jewish history.
Thank you. And just so you know, Yale now goes off at 12 to teach a class on Yiddish music and history. So I'm so happy they were able to be here.
Thank you
so much.
God bless. Thank you.
Back to Eva.
Okay, so we'll listen now to David Lenga, and then Jonathan will sing us Eli and Lee. David Lenga is from the West Coast in America and is a featured speaker at the Los Angeles Holocaust Museum and Simon Wiesenthal Center of Tolerance. He also visits schools and organizations throughout the country to speak about his experience and as a reminder of his never end and of what has happened and may never be forgotten. After the liberation, David came to Sweden, which I can relate to, as my mother also came with the white buses, and he came with the Red Cross white buses shipped to Trelleborg and Sweden for rehabilitation, then to Helsingborg, where he married and settled down and lived for 10 years with a beautiful family, and then emigrated to America. And he is going to tell us his story and also about the book he wrote, the memoir book, The Compassion of Deadly Enemy. So thank you very much. And you have the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Noah, those people that don't know me, that are watching, I would like to introduce myself so you have a better idea. And so I wrote a small, a very short bio of myself, and I'm going to read it to you. Okay, so my name is David Lenga, and I'm a Holocaust survivor. I'm 92 years old. I was born in Lodz, Poland on December 3rd, 1927, into a large Jewish Orthodox family. My parents, Abraham and Sarah Lenga, were living a more modern Orthodox lifestyle than my grandparents. I had a 4 years younger brother, Nathan. Our first language that we were exposed to and learned was Yiddish. It became my brother's and mine Mamelution. I had a wonderful childhood. My father was a businessman and owner of a large tannery in the small little town of Strykov, 18 kilometers south of Lodz. And by the time I was 4 years old, I had to learn to speak Polish. And so I became bilingual at a very early age. Throughout my 5 years of public education, I was an A student because I had a great thirst for learning. I loved going to school. My parents also sent me to Cheder, Jewish religious school, where I got my Jewish My brother Nathan and I grew up in a very loving and caring family. My mother and dad adored us, but raised us with a firm hand, and yet with a tender, loving heart. They imbued us with life values so strong that they became our guiding compass later on in life. I was always an outgoing boy and surrounded myself with many close friends. My loving parents took us every year on summer vacations in the countryside, where we frolicked, climbing fruit trees and rejoicing and picking fresh fruits. All this wonderful life came to an abrupt end on September the 1st, 1939. I was then only 11 years old when Hitler's army brutally overran and invaded Poland. My life then entered a nightmare. What followed, in short, was persecution, brutality towards the Jewish people, separation of families, incarceration in ghettos, deportations to slave labor camps, and extermination camps, like Auschwitz, Treblinka, Majdanek, and so many others. I went through 6 years of living hell, of war. I survived by the skin of my teeth and by sheer luck. I lost my entire family, which included my extended family numbered close to 100 people. I was so fortunate to find out later, after deliberation, that my dear dad had survived. Only 2 survivors out of 100. I was liberated by the American Army May the 5th, 1945, and I was only 17 years old. That's my life story, basically in a nutshell. When I was in the ghetto, I was living the nightmare, like all the other people did. It was a nightmare that is beyond description. One time, in 1944, I decided, I was inspired to write down what I see and what I feel and what is around me in the ghetto. And I wrote a poem. And I am describing in the poem the feelings, the horror, the fear, all the emotions. So I'm going to read this poem to you first. I'm going to start out with the first stanza in English. Then I'm going to translate the same thing in Polish, because my original was Polish. Then I'm going to go back to the English. So here is my poem in English. Spring is coming. The sun is warm. You can hear the rains of the early storm. Life is sprouting forth with green buds as it must, but I couldn't see it through my window full of dust. Through tight ghetto walls, without any hope, through unspeakable fear and the gallows rope. No, I didn't see you, spring, though you are so near, because you see, all has ended and the world turned weird. I'm going to read the very same thing in Polish so you have a better idea about the Polish language, how it sounds. Then I'm going to go back to the English one. This is my original poem. Idzie wiosna, słońce już, słychać deszcze wiosennych burz, prężą się do życia pąki zielone, a ja nie widziałem przez szyby zakurzone. Przez ciasne getta mury, przez szubienice i sznury, nie widziałem cię wiosno, choć jesteś tak blisko, bo widzisz, skończyło się wszystko. And I'm going to go back to where I left off in English. Through unspeakable fear and the gallows rope. No, I didn't see you, spring, though you were so near, because you see all has ended. The world turned weird. The world order has ended and is horrendously spinning. The beginning is the end, and the end, the beginning. Only you, each year, as a benevolent queen, are coming to grace us with the spring blanket of green. And although the world is upside down and God has turned off the heavenly stars, you have found your way, in spite of all, to the ghetto's iron bars. Strange, Mother Spring, aren't you ashamed? Don't you see? We are Jews. Why, we're Jews. Today, locked behind iron bars, we are wearing your sun and our yellow stars. In the tiny little courtyards, with the stench of the sewers, children are playing with blocks, hide and seek, skinny, pale, fearful of surprise. In their little faces are their shining dark eyes, lively children's eyes. 'Cause father's grave didn't sprout yet with any blade of grass, 'cause sister's letters out of camp are full of pain and distress, 'cause brother got the summons and hasn't shown up yet, 'cause mother is ill with fever and shivers, a doctor she cannot get. 'Cause in the home there are no potatoes or bread, and without food, hunger drives you utterly mad, and the morning is so nice. And he is famished and cold as ice. And there on the front, im schweren Kampf, are falling soldiers für Vaterland. And in the ghetto, little children. Who needs in the ghetto children whining? Are they happy that the sun is shining? And why is the sun in the ghetto shining? Everywhere is famine, darkness, despair, death, oblivion, horrendous nightmares, corpses, blood, tears. I dream of rescue. Who is to rescue? With a laugh he sighed, oh, it's nothing, just another Jew died. Oh God, if you are, hear our cries of distress. We pray and beseech you, SOS. That describes it. Whenever I read this poem, I'm just shaken by it because it's so powerful. I've incorporated this poem in my book that I wrote finally after 20 years of trying to describe my life, how it was, both the good and the bad. And my book here, The Compassion of a Deadly Enemy, is being published, and it is now available at Amazon. Now, I also have taken part yesterday in a Holocaust memorial with the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust. Was very widely attended. And I took part by singing very appropriately for the occasion, the Jewish partisan song. Now, for all of you that are not familiar with the Jewish partisan song, it was written in Yiddish. It was written in the forests of Poland by the partisan, actually. And it was a time of horrendous darkness and despair for the Jewish people. But that poem is so powerful, and it is and it actually turned into a song, and it was like the anthem after the war for all the survivors. And it describes also the pity, the fear, the despair, the suffering of the Jewish people, but also in the end, it has hope, looking to the future for a better tomorrow when the sun is going to shine its golden light on a better tomorrow. So there is both the fear part and the hope at the end, and it's a very, very powerful song. And if you would allow me, if I had time, I would like to sing it for that song. It's very appropriate for the occasion. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sing it in Yiddish. Yiddish kemol, as the Geist im letzten Weg, Hotschen lebloene verstellen ruhetei. weil kommen wird noch unser ausgebänkter Schuh. Es wird erbeugt und unser Trott mir seinen Du, weil kommen wird noch unser ausgebänkter Schuh. Es wird erbeugt und unser Trott mir seinen Du, vom grünen Palmenland bis dem weiten Land von Schnee. Wir kommen nun mit unser Pein, mit unser Weh. Und wie gefallen uns ist ein Sprotz von unser Blut. Sprotzen wird noch unser Gewehre, unser Mut. Und wie gefallen uns ist der Sprotz von unser Blut. Sprotzen wird doch unser Gewehre, unser Mut. Das Lied gesungen ist geschrieben ist mit Blut und nicht mit Blei. Das ist kein Liedl von der Vogel läuft er frei. Nur so der Volk zwischen Fallen gewähnt. Das Lied gesingen mit einer Garnis in die Hand. Drum so nicht kämel aus der Geist im letzten Weg. Chotschem len Bluene verstellen grue Teig. Bald kommen wird noch unser ausgebänkter Schuh. Es wird erbeugt und unser Trott mir seinen Du. Thank you.
Thank you, David Lenga. Very touching and not easy to share each time your story. Beautiful poetry, and the singing brings us really back to your experience. Very, very touched, and thank you. And we will put out the book of the memoir book also on Facebook, or if people wanted to hear about it later.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. God bless. We will hear now a song, Eli Eli, by Jonathan Font Moxo, who is part of the 2020 Co-Vision group in Yerushalayim. We have people, a few places in the world who are connecting with us, and he is our Jerusalem headquarter when I'm gone. And he's a healer, and he does sacred music circles, and also he does Kabbalat Shabbat songs. And it's very much a Holocaust song. If you want, you can sing along with him. Thank you. Jonathan and Esther will share about their Dutch friend who's also somebody they know who saved people during the Shoah. Esther from Yerushalayim.
I would like to share the story of how the Holocaust has been, even though I was born way later, has been a very important part of my life, always. And share the story of the Bacchus family and my grandmother's family, and how we got here to Jerusalem. My grandmother, her name was Shuli. She was born in Holland, Polish and Ukrainian origin. She was from a family that was very connected to Judaism, and she had a dream to move to Palestine. This is in the 20s and the early 30s. Her parents, they were against this idea. They said that Palestine, as it was called at the time, Israel is dangerous, and they didn't allow her to move here. So she decided to go and work in a facility in Holland for people with special needs and mental disabilities. And because she was there, by the time Holland was invaded, they were taken first because they were also Jewish and they were also disabled. So because the Nazis were still less organized in the beginning, she managed to escape. She actually managed to escape twice. One time she ran away from the train, and then she got caught again, and she went to the bathroom and climbed out of the window of the bathroom and ran. And that's how she got to the forest and was found by the partisans. They took her in and she spent some time with them and even fought with them. But it became too dangerous, and she found out that her whole family was taken away. Her brother never made it beyond the train ride. And her parents, they arrived in Auschwitz on the 5th of October, 1942, and were executed on the 8th of October, which, thanks God, means that they were saved the suffering of being there in Auschwitz. So she was taken to a family, which is the Bacchus family, a Dutch Christian family that had a farm, and they took her in. She painted her hair blonde, and she worked there as a farm maid for a while until it became too dangerous, and she spent the next year and a half under the floor with 2 more people. This family, they really endangered themselves, as many people did, that hid people in their homes for a year and a half in order to save my grandmother. And I'm eternally grateful for them for doing this. When she came out, she found out that her parents were gone, her brother was gone, her whole family was gone, the people she worked with, everybody was gone, and she was very upset, very angry, and she felt a lot of injustice. She spoke a lot about that. And even though she was saved, she felt a big need. She felt a big need to be helpful, and she actually turned towards the Roma people, which were mentioned before in the same meeting, and spent the rest of her life helping the gypsies, the Roma people who had also suffered greatly at the hands of the Nazis. She never really managed to reconnect with her Jewish identity until the very, very end. Though her husband, my grandfather, who was a Christian man, did a giyur, and he started to take upon himself the Jewish tradition, so they kind of switched. And over the years, our families were in close contact with the Bacchus family. They actually had a son, which was the man we wanted to invite, who was born on my grandmother's birthday. My mother spent almost 40 years working with people who were Holocaust survivors in Holland, first the first generation, and then the second generation, and in the end, even the third generation of people who had gone through such tremendous trauma. And as a social worker, she worked with them. I was lucky to work with them myself for many years as I grew up. And then at one day, after my 18th birthday, my grandmother's dream of moving to Palestine, Israel, came to me, and I started dreaming that I live in Jerusalem. And after the dream came back a few times, and I had no reason to have it. I was not raised in a traditional way. I was not Zionist. All of my Jewish identity was based on the Holocaust, basically. So I decided to listen. I made Aliyah right after my 19th birthday. And ever since then, I am here. And the thing is that since then, a lot of things happened. My grandmother passed away. She got to meet my eldest daughter, who's sitting here. Her name is Maya. Maya is a special child, like the children that my grandmother used to live with. The children that were the first to go, that were also Jewish and also useless in the eyes of the Nazis. She's one of the most amazing people I know. And the last gift that my grandmother gave her was on her deathbed, because the day that my grandmother died was the same day, the same 2-3 days that my grandmother was on her dying bed. Thank God, after a long life, was the same day that my daughter had heart failure and almost died. And the doctor said that she has only maybe 3 more months to live. And this girl who doesn't talk and wasn't able to walk stood up in her bed and laughed at the doctors. And my grandmother, that day, she passed away. And Maya got new spirit. I know it's my grandmother's gift of life to her. And
Beautiful story.
she's now 16 years old. And she's an amazing person, which is a completely different story, but she's an amazing person, and she got this gift of life from my grandmother. And so we live now in Jerusalem. Right outside of our window is Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial. We see it every day. The son of the family that saved my grandmother was here, and we visited Yad Vashem with him. I've been there many times. This was the first time I was there with someone who felt pride and joy walking around in Yad Vashem, which was a very strange experience for me. But then I realized that he was so grateful that he had the opportunity with his family to help my grandmother and the other 2 people that they saved. And I found great value in that, into the joy in giving, in the joy of helping out. And I bless us all to strive to be there for others and have this experience of this deep, deep joy of being there for someone in their darkest hour. So I just want to light this candle for my grandmother and for her parents, Chana and Moshe, and her brother, and the Bacchus family, and the gift of life that they have all given us, and the interconnectedness that we all have. And I bless us all to be very grateful, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for sharing. God bless.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful share, and wonderful to light the candles.
Yes, lit candles before for the 6 million. We'll have a song about that later by Tess. So we are going to now start with Philip or Bruce. Philip,
yes.
You ready? So can I introduce you, Philip?
Sure.
Okay, great. So welcome. Thank you very much to being part of our evening tonight. And Philip Raucher, who is also from Los Angeles. He was born in Zagłębie in Poland, 1927, and survived many camps. He came to America after being reunited with his sister, who also survived, and eventually married and settled in Los Angeles with his wife, Virginia, and 2 children. And he will share about his childhood in Assume and the ghetto and the labor work that you shared with us in your writing, and the tragic experience of the death of your father, and how you remarkably survived the last days of the war before the liberation by the Russians. And you're also, I assume, work with the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust and have featured with them as well. Thank you so much, Philip, and we are now listening to your sharing.
I was born in Chelach near in 1927. I had a younger brother, an older sister. I was attending Polish public school, and in the afternoon, a Jewish cheder, a school. In 1939, before the war, after the Germans plundered the Jewish stores, also known as Kristallnacht, in Germany, the same distance. We lived in the southwestern part of Poland, which was very rich in coal. This area was divided. Part of it belonged to Poland, and it was called Zagłębie Dąbrowskie. And the other half, the one that belonged to Germany at one time, was called Oberschlesien. Approximately in 1924, Poland took over and changed the name to Śląsk. We lived in Chelach, and we had lived also in Radzyńsko and Śląsk. In 1939, Hitler asked Poland to surrender Śląsk. Then the Poles did not surrender, and in 1939, the war started. After the Germans took over Chelach, they burned down synagogues, forbid the Jews from going to school. We had to wear white armbands with a blue star on it, and we had to move to smaller side streets. They picked up working-age men and beat them severely. Next, they announced that everybody had to work. Children and older people who could not work were taken away. At first, when I was 12 years old, I worked at a German police station, cleaning and polishing their shoes. I was paid with their leftover food. I lost this job and started a new one where I had to carry heavy bags of potatoes and stack them in a warehouse. In the meantime, the Germans SA, not SS, but the SA was also known as the brown shirts, would come in and pick up a certain amount of children and sick people. To avoid being picked up, we had to find hiding places. We had a grandfather living in Wolbrom, Poland, and he suggested that we move to Wolbrom because they did not have the same conditions that we had in Chelach. So my parents decided that to send me and my younger brother first, but the driver could not take both, he could only take one. And since my brother was more in danger than I was, my parents decided to send him first, and I was to leave after we heard that everything was okay. But on the day that I was to leave, we got word that the whole city of Volbrum was picked up and sent to Belzec and killed. We had to move to a ghetto to wear yellow stars with the word Jude written on it. And I had to be sewn on the jacket and pants. Next, they announced that we could stay in the ghetto if we had a job that was owned by a German. I got a job at a furniture factory that had been taken away from a Jew. There were 4 Jews working in this factory. One day, the SS came in and picked us all up and took us to a local jail. After 2 days, they took us to another city where they brought Jews from the surrounding areas to be selected to be sent to labor camps or disposed. I was selected to go to a labor camp and sent to Markstedt, Germany. After being in camp for 2 weeks, one of my roommates escaped. They took the whole room and gave everyone 25 lashes. Because I was too small, I did not fit into the specially designed table to be beaten. They did not tie me down, and every time I was hit, I jumped, and they in turn yelled, "Stay still," and forgot to count. When they were through, I was bleeding very badly and unable to walk. The rule was that if you were unable to work, they would dispose of you. On the second day of my disability, my father was brought to my camp and to recover. We did not work on the same job. And one day, they brought my father back to camp dead. I don't know why, but the SS gave me the option to either bury him myself outside the camp or they would cremate him. Obviously, I choose to bury him. Because of time limitations here, I will only tell how I was liberated. I got sick and I was taken to an area where people were taken to die. After 2 days, I felt better, and at the same time, the Russians were coming closer, and the Germans decided to evacuate the camp that I was in. But I decided not to go, knowing they would inspect to make sure that everyone had left. So I decided to bury myself in a pile of dead bodies. And 2 days later, the Russian soldiers arrived and I was liberated. My sister and I were the only members of our family to survive.
Baruch Hashem. Very beautiful, Sherry. Wow, very beautiful. I feel like I really would like to have people share and talk and ask questions after David, Lenga, and Philip. However, we have one person who needs to also get off, and that's Bruce Bierman, and he would like to share something. Thank you, Philip, so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
We will hear more later. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And David Lenga too.
So Bruce, are we on?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Well, I would love to introduce our next guest, who is a really dear friend. I met Bruce Bierman. Let me introduce him first. He's a graduate of the UC Santa Cruz Theater Arts Program and serves as a Jewish dance master, educator, and theater director in the Bay Area and in Los Angeles. He was a leading performer and teacher with the acclaimed Amman Folk Ensemble and completed the 2006 Carmel Foreign Dance Teachers Program in Israel with an emphasis on Yemenite dance. He studied with some of the great Yiddish dance masters from New York and Poland and Israel, and is a leading presenter of Jewish dance and theater for Yiddish cultural festivals. He serves as director and teacher for the Stage Bridge Senior Theater Company and founded New Stages, a performing arts program serving LGBT elders in Los Angeles. And just a few personal words, I met Bruce as part of the Klez California Weekend, which is a beautiful gathering of a full weekend of music, dance, and song about Klezmer music. He so blew me away with his talent, and I really wanted him to be a part of today's event. So thank you, Bruce, for joining us. And please introduce Gilberto as well.
Jewish dance goes back centuries, millennium. Has been with us through our most joyous time and our most challenging times. Can a dance that has been lost be found again? A culture, a language? I know that the answer is yes, it can. I, who have studied dances from all over the world, had no idea that Yiddish dance still existed, that it even existed. All I had heard about or known about was maybe Israeli folk dance, until I came into a Yiddish cultural festival. And I felt like I had come home. These were the dances of my grandparents. These were the dances of the people from Eastern Europe. And I began to study Yiddish dance. And I would like to share some with you right now. You don't have to stand up. You can sit right where you are. Jewish dance is characterized really not by the steps, but by the hand gestures. There's a whole vocabulary of hundreds of dance gestures that come from Jewish dance. And two of the sources of Jewish dance that they say, folkologists say, are the most authentic, are Yemenite and Hasidic. I would like to show you some Hasidic dance moves now. That one gesture, if you could all try with me, is the gesture of light. You see this in Yemenite dance. You see it in Yiddish dance as well, that we all carry light. And that not only do we get light, but we share light out. We share it out. This is called in Yiddish dance shining or shining. Little music, this is a doina in Klezmer language. And just follow me. Beautiful. Now I'd like to, in our culture, we know pain, we know sorrow, but we know that in our tradition, we live in paradox, that alongside of sorrow and tears is also a lot of joy, and that joy gives us strength. I think my message today to all survivors is that my generation, we hear your music. We have learned your dances, and they are continuing, and they are strong, and they will live on. They carry Hamishness, and they carry strength, and they have been an inspiration to me, and I thank you. And I'd like to end with an upbeat song. This was the song of the Bundists. This was the song of the brothers and sisters standing together against dictatorship, against all forms of oppression, and standing up together for a better world. This is called Ala Brida, and I'd like you, in Hasidic fashion, you can pound the table in rhythm. You can clap. You can snap. In Jewish dance, we like to make noise, like the grogger, to drown out evil. Collectively, we can make enough joy and noise and simcha to drown it out. And then you can follow my hand movements with this. Here we go. Ala Brida, we are all brothers and we are all sisters together.
Und wir seien alle Brüder, oi, oi, alle Brüder. Und wir singen freilich Lieder, oi, oi, oi. Und wir halten sich in einem, oi, oi, sich in einem. Solches ist nicht aber keinem, oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Oi, 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 oi. Und wir seien alle fröhlich, oi, oi, alle fröhlich, oi, na son da wieder Melech, oi, oi, oi.
Ay, 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 ay,
Bravissimo!
Woo! That was so great. That was so great. Thank you so much.
הבאנו את המסך של
Beautiful.
Wow.
Oh,
Thank
thank
bringing
you.
joy to us.
Thank you.
And please say hello and introduce Gilberto for us.
Yes. This is my husband of 30 years. Yes, 30 years. And he understands what it means to stand up to dictators. He comes from where music and poetry also played a huge part.
What?
Here we go. This is a poem by Ernesto Cardinal. These are based on Hebrew psalm, Mesh, of King David. This is Ernesto's interpretation in Spanish. Here we go.
Escucha mis palabras, oh Señor, oye mis gemidos, escucha mi protesta, porque no eres tú un Dios amigo de los dictadores, ni partidario de su política, ni te influencia la propaganda, ni estás en sociedad con el gángster. No existe sinceridad en sus discursos, ni en sus declaraciones de prensa. Hablan de paz en sus discursos mientras aumenta su producción de guerra. Sus lenguas hablan de paz en conferencias de paz y en secreto se preparan para la guerra. Sus radios mentirosos rugen toda la noche. Sus escritos están llenos de planes criminales y expedientes siniestros. Pero tú me salvarás de sus planes. Hablan con la boca de las ametralladoras. Sus lenguas relucientes son las bayonetas. Castígalos, oh Señor, malogra su política. Confunden sus memorandos. Impiden sus programas. A la hora de la sirena de alarma, tú estarás conmigo, tú serás mi refugio. El día de la bomba, el que no cree en la mentira de sus anuncios comerciales, lo bendices y lo rodeas con tu amor como tanque de guerra.
The meaning of this poem is to frustrate the dictators, stand up to them, frustrate their plans altogether. One more word from Gilberto.
Ese es un salmo.
In English.
Oh, this is my honor to be here with you and commemorate this important day for all the people in the world who somehow they have been oppressed and they are liberating themselves. And here to participate with you and makes me feel more human, more and closer to all of us.
Thank you so much. And tell us again, where are you from originally, Gilberto?
I am from Nicaragua, and the writer for this psalm is from Nicaragua too. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
So much joy, and so much happiness with you all on. So thank you.
Okay, God bless. So we're having now our third speaker. We're having Myra, which she's also from the West Coast, and Myra Goodman is going to share her new book that she's writing about her father, Mendek Rubin, bless his memory. And it's called Quest for Eternal Sunshine, a Holocaust Survivors Journey from Darkness to Light, and co-authored posthumously with him. Bless his soul. And Myra is also the cousin of Trudy Goodman, the founder of the Insight Los Angeles. Interestingly enough, I used to be neighbor with Trudy's husband, Jack Cornfield, in Woodacre. So this is a small world. And I'm honored to introduce you. And thank you, Leah, for the contact. Okay.
Hi, thank you
Thank
for
you.
having me. Bruce, I just wanted to, are you still on for a minute, Bruce? Can you hear me? So my dad was born in a little town in Poland called Jaworzno, and he was raised Hasidic. And his biggest joy his whole life was Jewish music, which they only heard at the weddings. So I'm not going to change what I was going to read, but he wrote about the Jewish weddings and the dancing. And when he heard music, so my dad, his story is this, I was going to give you a little bit of background. So my dad survived 3 years in 7 different slave labor concentration camps. My mom is also a Holocaust survivor, but she's from Hungary, and she survived Auschwitz, while his parents, every single aunt and uncle, most of his cousins, 3 sisters and 1 brother were killed in Auschwitz. One of his sisters survived as well. And he was a brilliant inventor that he came to America with a 6th grade education, no money, no English, brilliant inventor, ended up revolutionizing the jewelry business. And he also, my husband and I started Earthbound Farm. We started as a 2-acre organic raspberry farm, and we became the largest grower of organic produce in the world, actually. And my dad invented the equipment that we used to wash and bag our salad. We were the first people to do packaged salad. So he was this brilliant inventor. He had such deep, unrelenting depression, nightmares, felt so lonely, so, emotionally isolated after the war. And he ended putting his mechanical brilliance, his whole life purpose was journeying from darkness to light. And he became the most joyful human being, the most peaceful, wise person I have ever met. He died in 2012 after having Alzheimer's for 10 years. And I had this crazy business raising kids. I never really had literally one heart-to-heart conversation with my dad. After he died, I found an unfinished manuscript that he'd worked on for 10 years that he had written about his healing journey, but it was missing decades. I mean, he didn't have names, he didn't have dates. So I spent 4 years researching. I was completely out of touch with his side of the family. They're all still Orthodox. I didn't know them because I was raised in a very new age, different environment, reconnected with my whole extended Orthodox family, tons of research, 4 years of writing, another year of working on publishing. This book just came out 6 days ago. And I am going to, thank you, Leah. I'm going to read you, I'm going to read you in the beginning. He wrote, he didn't talk about the war at all growing up. Neither of my parents talked about the war. But my dad wrote a few essays, and I'm going to read you one essay, and it's about a 9-minute read. I'm going to read you this whole chapter, and it's called The Walk. And the reason why I picked this chapter is because this is one of the few themes throughout the whole book. My dad kept coming back to this event. And so I think it's a powerful story. It's a sad story. And then I'm going to end with just a very short paragraph. The book is actually 4 parts. Part 1 is the world I came from. So it talks about his hometown, which I recreated mostly with his surviving sister. This part 2 is the world I discovered coming to America all the way till he moved to California. Part 3 is the world inside me. So that was when he did all of this self-exploration, figured out how his mind worked, and developed techniques to heal himself. And part 4 is the world of wonder, where he shares his wisdom. So I'm going to start with a story from part 1 called The Walk, and then I'm going to end with just a short paragraph from part 4, which was part of how my dad was able to heal. Does that sound good? Everyone can hear me?
Yeah.
You guys can hear me? Okay,
Yes.
here I go.
Yes.
Here I go. Oh, wait, sorry. Wait,
Can everybody hear her? Give a sign. Thank you, Tess.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is my father wrote, I wrote a lot of the book. My father wrote this whole essay. I just edited it. So my dad's town, the Germans invaded my dad's town. It was one of the first towns invaded because it was very close to the German border, September 1st, 1939. So my dad lived through all those prohibitions. They forced him to work in a coal mine. And so he worked there. We're not exactly sure. I think when he was 16 and 17 was when he worked there. So he was 17 when this experience happened. One day, while I was working at the coal mine, a commotion nearby caught my attention. A few hundred yards from where I was standing, I saw some workers huddled together, agitated. Their eyes were directed toward the highway just outside the confines of the mine. I stopped loading coal into the railroad car and stood sideways between the cars of 200 Jewish men and women of all ages were walking on the open highway leading to the next town. Gazing at the scene in front of me, I was overwhelmed with dread. The people were walking slowly in total silence, escorted by German soldiers carrying machine guns. Among the many walkers were the very old and the very young. Infants were being carried in their mothers' arms. Little boys and girls were staying close to their parents. One man was limping and could only walk with a cane. I watched from the rear since they had already passed. If it had been 5 or 10 minutes earlier, I would have seen their faces. I had been working right next to the fence, but hadn't known to look. Now I was so petrified, I couldn't move. My worst fears were coming to pass. For months, we'd been hearing disturbing news about the Nazis targeting one city after another for evacuation of all Jewish inhabitants. We lived in dread, not knowing when our turn would come. Jews were being rounded up and deported by trainloads. None of us knew to what destination. This is 1942, by the way, sorry, but there were all kinds of rumors. The most prevalent one was that Jews were being shipped to the eastern borders of Poland or Russia. The Germans managed to keep the real destination a secret. Perhaps no one really wanted to find out. In my heart, though, I knew their destination was death. Perhaps everyone knew, but we never talked about it. I later learned that these Jews had been on their way to Auschwitz. It was only 15 miles away. But at that time, we had no idea it existed, or that the systematic extermination of all the Jewish people in Poland had begun. Our shift ended at 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day, but we were too terrified to go home. Only in the evening, after word came that the coast was clear, did we dare leave our place of work. When I finally got back to Yavozhno, I was comforted to learn that none of my immediate family had been among the marchers. Watching that walk has haunted me my entire life. It evoked feelings of rage and helplessness and humiliation that I desperately wanted to forget. Instead of focusing my rage outward towards the perpetrators, I turned it inward. In the years to come, my mind went over this episode again and again, pondering the apparent calm of these people in their encounter with destiny. The pace of the march was relaxed, as though it was an everyday event. They looked like people on their way to a picnic. Even the German guards seemed relaxed. Their machine guns hung loosely on their shoulders. They knew nobody was going to run away. It was the stillness of the marchers that felt so terrifying and unbelievable. Even the children were silent. None of them cried. It was as if they too sensed the gravity and inevitability of the situation and quietly submitted to their fate. Poland often had delightful weather that time of year, and it had been especially beautiful on that particular day. The land seemed overjoyed with the coming of spring. The sun had been warming up the ground for weeks, melting the snow and causing the earth to come alive and reawaken from slumber after a long, cold winter. The trees and bushes were in full bloom, perfuming the air. The deep blue sky extended as far as my eyes could see, embracing the world around me. Birds were singing in celebration of the season, announcing the eternal cycle of renewal. I did not want to die. As I stood there frozen, watching these people move into the shadows toward disaster, I knew that their hours and days were numbered. They would never see another springtime in its glory. I feared my turn was next. I felt my selfishness deeply. I wanted to survive at all costs. A few weeks later, our town's Jewish council was told that the Jews had to deliver 40 people to the labor camps. Every family had to pick one person to go. No one was expected to return alive. My parents had to make this choice. Because I wanted to save them from having to choose, I volunteered. In May of 1942, at 17, I found myself on my way to a slave labor concentration camp in Germany. I was part of a group of 40 teenagers and young men from my hometown that had been forcibly separated from our families and led to the railroad station. Escorted by armed guards, we were taken to a depot in another town from which Jewish inmates were distributed to labor camps in Germany. On my way to the station, I was surprised to see my parents standing on one of the side streets. I passed them in silence. A few moments later, I turned around and our eyes met again. I felt their love and concern for me. When I was already some distance away, they were still standing there. It was the last time I ever saw them. The truth was, I was glad to be leaving. I sensed in my bones that going to the slave labor camp might be my only chance of survival. We still had not heard of Auschwitz, but I had a premonition that my people in my hometown would be killed off before this war was over. When I looked at my parents' faces, I felt guilty for wanting to live. My selfishness was a constant weight upon me during those 3 long years. It turned out that I was right. Leaving is what made it possible for me to survive. But of the 40 men and teenagers that left Yvozhno that day, I was the only one still alive after the war. All the others died from starvation and hard labor. Several months after I was taken, my parents must have walked that very same road, headed to their deaths in Auschwitz. Except for a handful of survivors, the Jewish population in my hometown was completely decimated. So that's the long one. I'm going to read you a really short one.
And Myra, can you repeat again the name of your book? Because I'm going to type it in here. People have been asking.
It is called Quest for Eternal Sunshine, A Holocaust Survivors Journey from Darkness to Light.
Great. So what we'll do afterwards, or maybe after you speak, please post a good place people can find this and buy it.
I would love people to go to my website, which is questforeternalsunshine.com. I think you guys, I have so many photos of our family. I have videos of my Aunt Branya, who is a Holocaust survivor who speaks about the Holocaust. I have lots of blogs I've written. I have a newsletter that I send out every Friday.
Sounds great.
Yeah,
I just went ahead and I posted it, www.questforeternalsunshine.com.
Yes. Okay. And I'm ready to read. This is really short, and then I'll be done unless you want to ask me questions. Okay, so this is in a chapter called Finding Forgiveness. And my dad talked about how he really didn't come to terms. Actually, I'm going to read you one thing very quickly. Okay, so this is just the beginning of the chapter, and then I'm going to jump to this thing. It says, one day when I was in my mid-40s, I woke up feeling intense grief and outrage about the Holocaust that I'd been holding back for decades. I jolted straight up in bed screaming, no, this could never have happened. It must be a dream. Neither my mind nor my heart was ready to face the enormity of the humiliation and brutality I'd lived through. It would be another 5 years before I was able to allow myself to fully grieve and mourn for everything I had lost during the war. When I finally let my tears flow freely, it liberated me from some of the heavy weight I had been carrying for my whole adult life. So then he goes through how he really finally turned the corner and started to heal. And I'm not going to read it to you because I don't have enough time. But one of the things, and this relates, you talked about how Trudy Goodman is my cousin, as in Jack Cornfield. One of the ways that my dad healed and was able to live a joyous life was staying in the present. And he said, so this is just a moment about him living in the present, not bringing the past forward. So he wrote, and actually this is from a recording. He was talking to my sister once, and my sister recorded it and gave this to me. He actually didn't write this. He told this to my sister. Thank goodness she recorded this conversation. When I meet a German person now, I try not to let my vision be colored by my baggage from the past. My intention is to meet him in the present moment. In this moment, he is just a person. Instead of automatically associating him with my worst memories, I deliberately make myself look at him with fresh eyes. I remember that despite everything, his essence is pure. Just like me, he was born perfect. Just like me, he learned through imitation, repetition, and force of habit. It's a conscious act. I do it because it is what I have decided I want to do. I don't do it for him. I do it for me. When I look at the world through the eyes of the past, I am miserable. But when I live in the now, happiness doesn't exist because I'm not keeping it alive inside of me. It's not that I deny the past. I just don't live in it.
Wow.
Wow.
That is just remarkable. Myra, thank you, because that's it, being in the present moment and the liberation of thoughts. I'm so happy you just read that. Thank you. And just for all of our presenters and everyone on the call, we're thinking of doing a Q&A with Philip and David and our filmmakers who are coming up, and Myra too. And we'll do this later on in the call.
Thank you for having me join.
Thank you, Myra. Good luck with the book.
It was wonderful, and I have to say we have several people on this call who are second generation daughters and sons of Holocaust survivors, and I think what you've said here and what your father has said is so important to be able to really live in this time, in this now moment. And I love what you said about letting go of the past.
He doesn't keep it alive inside of him. And he says he doesn't deny the past, he just doesn't live in it.
That's great. I'm going to write that in here.
Yeah, there's a lot. The book is really like, it is a wisdom dense book. And I mean, really, my dad just had so much wisdom to share. So it's my new mission, is to share my dad's wisdom. And you'll see it on my website. I've got so many resources happening.
Thank you so much, Myra. Please give our love to Trudy as well. And to Jack.
Doing this wonderful thing, and thank you.
God bless you, Myra. Thank you so much. So now we have a special guest, Chaim Cohen from Jerusalem. I'm going to tell another story that I was supposed to tell about Ilana Kat a little bit later, because he can share now a poem that he wrote when he went to Krakow to see my mother's home in Pajamska Street, if anybody knows Krakow. And he will share it auditory because he's now in Avel. His father just passed away, bless his soul. And Chaim Cohen is a peace worker. He's worked a lot with the Sulha community. He's an avid teacher for peace in the Middle East and knows a lot about rabbinical law and halacha, and he is a wonderful being. And unfortunately, his village was burnt down, the Modi'in village in middle of Israel, which is near Tel Aviv. And he's been going through with his villagers different different year, very difficult year. So,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
God bless you, and thank you for sharing about my mother's town as a child.
Along the banks of the Vistula is a beautiful place to be born into in 2019. If you don't mind sitting on the porches, watching the legions of tourists standing in endless queues to enter the gates of the Warwell Royal Castle, directly across the street. Not always being polite and kind, and not always being so much fun. And if you don't mind a touch of horse shit on your shoes now and then, as the endless convoys of horse-drawn carriages promenade down the cobblestone street, releasing their perfumed excrement just in time to stick to your souls. Indeed, Pajamska 14 is a beautiful place to be born into in 2019. If you don't mind hordes of people bending over, exposing their blubbery optis tushes as they scamper to collect the chestnuts that litter the brick sidewalks between the cast iron benches all the time, as if they were starving some of the time, which isn't half so bad if it isn't you trying to pick up raw chestnuts to satisfy your noontime hunger. Oh, Pajamska 14 is a beautiful place to be born into in 2019. If you don't mind much, the sloughs of plastic-covered jitneys transporting throngs of flabby, lard-filled tourists to exotic places like the glamorous Portugal's district that includes guided tours of the alluring Jewish ghetto and the fascinating Oskar Schindler factory and the lush flowers of the Hodjoa Gorka hillside, without missing the charming Jewish quarter in Kazimierz. Yes, Pajamska 14 is the best place of all to be born into in 2019. If you don't mind the billboards on the storefronts of the multitudes of tourist information officers shouting in immensely enormous fonts, tours booking, Auschwitz, Birkenau, special today only 139 zloty. Welnishka salt mine, discount price, only 139 zloty. Register now, Auschwitz, Birkenau, and Welish's salt mine, combined tour, extraordinary price, only 199 zloty. Tours where you can make the fun scene in the captivating wooden barracks and make the love scene in the elegant crematoria and walk around looking at everything and smell the flowers and goose the gas chambers with the glittering graffiti, and even meditate on the passionate embraces that occurred in the selection queues and the seductive kisses that occurred on the platforms of the train tracks, as you can go dancing in the medical experiments labs and go swimming in the blood-stained waters of the Sosa tributary of the Vistula, and picnic in the entrancing storage rooms of the glittering Zyklon B canisters, and just generally living it up. Without a doubt, Pajamska 14 was the best place of all to be born on June 12, 1926. For Angel Steding and his dear son, an aspiring civil engineer named Jakub, and his dear wife, Felicia, as they sat on the porch, watching the tourists waiting in the line to enter the gates of the Warwell Royal Castle, directly across the street, as they feasted on the roasted chestnuts and sipped wine, celebrating the birth of their dear daughter, Gustawa, who they nicknamed Gutka. Undoubtedly, Pajamska 14 was the best place of all to be born into on September 6, 1939, if you just happen to have the surname of Stettig, as you happen to be standing on the porch of your home, watching the legions of Aryan tourists marching in endless queues to enter the gates of the Warwell Royal Castle, directly across the street, and watching the Aryan tourists breaking down the doors of Pajamska 14, commanding Jakub, a graduate of the Technical Academy in Lvov and the Academy in Five Alts in Krakow, to report for forced labor, as they confiscated all of Stendig family's priceless relics and valuables. Undoubtedly, Pajamska 14 was the best place of all to be born into on September 6, 1939, as Jakub's dear wife Felicia and their lovely daughter Gudka were forcibly required to wear fashionable white armbands with sexy six-pointed blue stars, shouting in immensely enormous fonts, Zid. Certainly, Pozomska 14 was the blessed place of all to be born into on November 25th, 1940, as the beautiful Gudka was scampering to collect the chestnuts that littered the brick sidewalks between the cast iron benches on the side of the building of her childhood home for her starving mother Felicia, who was deciphering the order for the deportation of all the Zids from Pozomska. Undoubtedly and undeniably, Pozomska 14 was the best place of all to be born into on March 20th, 1941, as Gudka and Felicia were forcibly moved to the ghetto in Podgorska, not by a plastic-covered jitney transporting throngs of flabby, lard-feared tourists, but rather by foot, as throngs of impeccably fit Aryan tourists pointed Sturmgewehr 44 STG 44 assault rifles in their faces as they were marched to a dungeon, squashed into a 2 square meter windowless cell in the glamorous Podgorska district next to the lush flowers of the Hujorka Gorka hillside. Of course, Pozomska 14 was the best place of all to be born into on October 28th, 1942, as Jakub was forced to become the architect of the Kreisenkamp Lager Plazau, constructed on the grounds of not one, but 2 Jewish cemeteries near the Hujorka Gorka hillside. And when the facility was constructed, Felicia and Gudka were transported there and slaved every day in the nearby armament factories and stone quarry, witnessing how Amnon Goth would never start his breakfast without shooting a number of their friends and releasing his pedigree Great Danes on Felicia and Gudka. If he did not like their expressions on their traumatized faces, as Felicia and Gudka were forced to watch their neighbors and friends being forcefully marched into a trench along the Hujorka Gorka hillside, where the impeccably fit Aryan tourists ordered them to perform striptease acts and stand stark naked as they were shot with Sturmgewehr 44 STG 44 assault rifles. And Felicia and Gudka were forced to cover their mutilated naked bodies with dirt from the graves, layer upon layer, each layer containing a pile of disfigured bodies of their friends and neighbors from Pozomska 14. Of course, Pozomska 14 was the blessed place of all to be born into it in 1943, as Jakub was transferred to the Lower Silesian Gross-Rosen concentration camps, where he was forced to utilize his skills obtained at the Technical Academy in Lvov to develop electronic products for Blockpunkt and Siemens and Krupp and LG Farben and automobiles for Daimler Benz. Who on this call has an appliance in their home with the label Blockpunkt? Who on this Zoom call has an appliance in their home with a label called Siemens or Krupp, decorating the oven or washing machine or dryer or refrigerator? Or who has ridden in an automobile with the name Benz engraved on the hood? Veritably, Pozomska 14 was the blessed place of all to be born into on May 15th, 1944, 4 years before the State of Israel was proclaimed. If you don't much mind the Aryan tourists inflicting lashes on the mangled bodies of Gudka and Felicia, as they were compelled to board not the tourist buses departing from the tourist information offices, but rather the seatless railway wagons designed to transport boars and swines that were conducted by train drivers that held documents shouting in immensely enormous fonts, Auschwitz, Birkenau, where they were arrived to witness the passionate embraces in the selection queues and the seductive kisses on the platforms of the train tracks, and the captivating wooden barracks, and the elegant crematoria surrounded by flowers, and the glittering graffiti on the gas chambers shouting showers, and witnessing Heinrich Himmler and Wolfram Sievers and Joseph Mengele dancing with the nurses in the medical experiments labs as they reinforced the basis of racial ideology and advanced the views as to the superiority of the quote-unquote Nordic race, and carry out wide-ranging research on methods of mass sterilization that would be applied to peoples regarded as belonging to a lower category than the Aryan tourist who stood in the queues of the castle across, watching how Himmler and Mengele swam with their sexy blonde nurses in the waters of the solar tributary of the Vistula, and picnicked on the manicured lawns surrounding the interesting storage rooms of the glittering Zyklon B canisters, and just generally living it all up. Without any doubt, Pozomska 14 was the best place of all to be born into in November 1944, when the Soviet Red Army was racing towards Auschwitz, and the Aryan tourists squeezed the malnourished, fragile bodies of Gutka and Felicia like sardines in a windowless cattle car, where they were traveled in freezing temperatures towards the picturesque Lower Saxony southwest of the town of Bergen, near Celle, the site of the ducal palace of the Dukes of Saxe-Wittenberg. In the frigid air of Bergen-Belsen, Felicia began clandestinely teaching mathematics and English to the woman in the camp when she encountered a sudden onset of high fever. A rash began on her trunk and quickly spread to her fragile arms and legs. Her brain became inflamed and she descended into a state of delirium. Without any doubt, Pozomska 14 was the best place of all to be born into on October 15, 1945, as British 11th Armored Division marched into Bergen-Belsen and found the starved and seriously ill Rina, her best friend, Gutka, kneeling by the dying carcass of her typhus-afflicted dear mother, Felicia, engulfed by the stench of 13,000 maggot-laden unburied corpse. And out of the horizon, a white bus, a Vita Busarna, appeared. A white bus, a Vita Busarna, appeared, and empowered Gutka to live again, and empowered Gutka to heal, and empowered Gutka to study, and empowered Gutka to heal, and carried out wide-ranging research to make the world a painless place. Pozomska 14 is a special place to visit now in 2020, as short strolls will take you to the new cemetery, where one can pray by the recovered tombstones from the Plazhau campsite that were arranged to be reinstalled by Jakub. Pozomska 14, along the banks of the Vistula, is a beautiful place to be born into in 2020. If you don't mind sitting on the porches, watching the legions of tourists standing in endless queues to enter the gates of one of the most historically and culturally significant sites in the world, the residence of the kings that house an important collection of Italian Renaissance paintings, prints, sculptures, textiles, tapestries, goldsmiths' work, arms and armor, ceramics, Milesian porcelain, period furniture, and Ottoman tents directly across the street from the home that Gutka was born. The world is a beautiful place to be born into in 2020. If you don't mind back pain no longer being so acute on the account of the wide-ranging research of the fearless daughter of Jakub and Felicia. And the world is a better and a wonderful place to be born into in 2020, as people now know the importance of taking magnesium to increase their calcium absorption, and the importance of improving their bone health and no longer suffer from osteoporosis and back pain and diabetes and heart problems and migraine headaches and premenstrual syndrome and anxiety. Yes, the world is now the best place of all for a lot of such things as making the fun scene and making love and singing and dancing and meditating and having inspirations and walking around looking at everything and smelling the flowers and taking pictures by statues and kissing people and making babies and dancing and going swimming in the Vistula and picnicking beneath the shades of the chestnut street trees on Pajomska 14.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That
Wow.
was a
I heard some Shalom Aleichem in there for sure.
Thank you, Chaim Cohen. And
Thank you for sharing that. And I'm glad everyone was able to really dig deep with us with that. So we're going to go over to Jonathan just for a very short,
Thank you, Chaim.
wonderful music. He'll play for us. And then we're going to lead right in to my introducing Donna Cantor, who is a remarkable documentarian and filmmaker who has created a remarkable documentary film called The Presence of Their Absence. And she's allowed us to show some of their trailer. So stick with us because it's really beautiful. So thanks, Jonathan, for helping us now.
Well, this song is called the Prayer of Transformation. And it's definitely a time of transformation. And I feel like in the past 75 years, there hasn't been such a world impacting event as there is right now in the Corona times. So there is some kind of connection between what happened 75 years ago and now. And it's amazing that we can go through this portal, and I really pray that we all have the strength to transform what will better us, everything that will better us, better our lives, better our being, our surroundings. We are singing words of prayer of transformation in the air. Holy is the light that sound creates. We are singing words of prayer of transformation in the air. Holy is the light that sound creates. When the truth in us awakes, clarity, confusion breaks. When the truth in us awakes, clarity, confusion breaks. Now the soul is breaking through and opening with inspiration. Now the soul is breaking through with inspiration. Let our feelings and our thoughts become one with balanced heart, and our wishes manifesting practically. Let our feelings and our thoughts become one with balanced heart, and our wishes manifesting practically. The birth of purity is sign that in us all is the divine. Birth of purity is sign that in us all is the divine. Magically the heart is glowing, flowing out with love. Magically the heart is flowing out with love. We are singing words of prayer of transformation in the air. Holy is the light that sound creates. We are singing words of prayer of transformation in the air. Holy is the light that sound creates. When the truth in us awakes, clarity, confusion breaks. When the truth in us awakes, clarity, confusion breaks. Now the soul is breaking through and opening with inspiration. Now the soul is breaking through with inspiration. Our feelings and our thoughts become one with balanced thought, and our wish is manifesting practically. Our feelings and our thoughts become one with balanced thought, and our wish is manifesting practically. A birth of purity is sign that in us all is the divine. Birth of purity is sign that in us all is the divine. Magically the heart is glowing, flowing out with love. Magically the heart is flowing out with love. Magically the heart is glowing, flowing out with love. Magically the heart is flowing out with love.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Your music is so beautiful, Jonathan. It's
Yeah.
just a beautiful weaving of sound and soul. Thank you. So next up, we are so honored and so excited to have Emmy recipient and member of the AFI's Directing Workshop for Women. She's a founding member of the New York Women in Film, a member of WGA, the Directors Guild, and has conducted interviews with Warsaw Ghetto and Italian Holocaust survivors for the Shoah Foundation and Yale University Archives. She's earned distinction as an owner of her own film and television company, and most recently, she has been working on this brilliant documentary called The Presence of Their Absence. And she's going to begin to talk about that, and also will introduce one of the featured speakers in the film. So welcome, Donna. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I don't think, I thought we were gonna look at the clip first, but that's fine. The sequence is perfectly fine. Thank you for putting it up and getting it ready. I would not have met Phil Raucher or David Lenga if I hadn't made this film. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you, whom I would not have known if I had not made this film. I'm not sure if we're looking at the film, starting to look at the film now. I've lost video, so let me know if I'm still with you.
Jonathan's going to sync up the film. It's only 2 minutes. It's a trailer, actually.
What did it mean to me growing up with Holocaust survivors? To me, it felt like confusion. I felt it was so painful that they didn't want to discuss it. And I just couldn't muster the courage to ask.
When my parents took ill, I pretty much stopped working to take care of them. Now they're gone.
I wanted to see if I could find a living relative. I heard they were in Auschwitz, but I felt compelled to do it for my parents.
Welcome to Warsaw, ladies and gentlemen.
Just landed on the moon. That's what it's like for me. There's a very strong pull that is making me go forward. This daddle here is what I've been waiting for 61 years. This used to be the Zayden family home, and now it's a parking lot. Come visit the Zeidman home. Come on, come inside. Take off your shoes. This is the closest I'll ever be to my grandparents. They're right here. I want to say I love you. Right now, it's an imagination. There's not a grave, there's nothing.
We are like forgetting what's real, and if there is no grave, there is no grave. So you are the one who is giving them a story that you can share with the others.
My mission now is to retrack those steps, find out what their experience is. I felt like I walked into my family's home. They were very loving. They were really wonderful people. I found 2 relatives since I came to Israel.
It's the only picture of Hava.
It's the only picture.
Of Hava.
Well, all you need is one. I just noticed something very, very disturbing. A Nazi insignia. Everything nice I said about this cemetery, I'm taking back. Now it's being neglected and disrespected by being left alone.
Well, let's do something about it.
Yeah, let's go. It's like 2 stories, one of torture and then survival and hope. I don't think I wanted to go through my whole life without connecting with my ancestry.
Now you have your life and their life, and what happened in between is what you're trying to understand.
Sure.
Do you think you can do that today?
No. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Bravo, that's wonderful.
Amazing.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jonathan, for playing that. I think what happened in between is the children of Holocaust survivors are asking, as within the story of Pajamka 14 and Myra's story, her father's story, the experience I had interviewing, started as a journalist, as a labor reporter in Seattle, Washington, and I think my training is to ask everything and be interested, unfortunately, in everything. But I had my only direct experience with Holocaust survivors was really with my grandmother's memory of her family. She had left Russia before the revolution, but all of her brothers who were violinists who stayed behind were murdered. And I suspect, as I've learned from telling Fred's story, that Treblinka was where they ended up. I didn't ask the questions. I think we were busy with our lives. Any of us, I would be, I think you'd say, second, third generation of that experience. But what I found that was the most moving to me was when I began doing interviews for the Shoah Foundation, and my specialty in my studies and my current work is the Italian Holocaust, what happened in Italy, and 2 Italians and 2 people who came through Italy during World War II. But what I experienced in my interviewing survivors was at the very end of each interview, we were asked to bring in or invite in before we actually went to the houses of the people that we were interviewing, the children, and they were adults. Most of them were adults by then. And so I saw them, they were like footnotes, and it was not to diminish their experience of who they were, but there was something about them that I understood they were carrying something with them, some better than others, but there was a melancholy, and I knew that from one school friend. There was a melancholy, or there was a yearning to know more. So at the point that I met Fred Zaidman, which was really through my making a comedy that he had seen and liked, and we corresponded as a result of his having seen it, and began having conversations about particularly his experience, which was with his parents who had been survivors, had met in liberation, had actually made it through terrible experiences. Unlike, not unlike David's and Philip's, they had made it through to the end of the war. They were met in Bergen-Belsen, Germany, the DP camp, had become a DP camp, and married, and then they came to the United States. One son was born one of the 1,000 children born in Bergen-Belsen. Fred was the American-born one. So when we began hearing his story, I began hearing it. I wondered, what did he know? What did he not know? His main goal was to find a single photo of his grandparents, and to find out something about his story from the ashes of the Holocaust. So we began this journey together. I started it as kind of an etude, as an exercise, and at some point it became such a story that it gripped me. So I'll let Fred tell you what his experience was, because he was the one, who was a confessional, or had to spill his guts along the way as he found things and failed to find things. And I was glad I was able to do this, because it fulfilled something for me, and has taught me more about how you search for materials that probably are not available anymore in places where the Nazis invaded. So let Fred tell you more about what the meaning was, because he had other reasons for going and trying to understand his family story.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Donna. And I want to thank everybody who has for inviting me to this very important program. And I want to say that it's really an honor and a privilege to personally know Phil Raucher and David Lenga. They are very extraordinary people, to say the least. The history of my grandparents, my aunts and uncles who have perished, and all the victims of the Holocaust everywhere. And so off we went, and my experience originally was to find a photo of my grandparents, because I don't know what they look like. I really wanted to know. And it morphed into a whole different area, different goals. And that was a surprise to me. I didn't expect that. So it went from wanting to know what my grandparents looked like to discovering that my father had 2 sisters and 3 brothers who also were murdered in the Holocaust, and he was the only survivor. He was originally from Radomsko, Poland, and then the family moved down to Będzin, Poland. And so I really wanted to know what were their names, how old they were, what were they like, and I wanted to have a photo. I wanted to know what they looked like. So off we went, and it was a great, great experience. I've met new friends, second generation people, and Poles, and I started to learn so much more, although I couldn't find that much information about family, but I was able to find the birth certificates of my 2 aunts and my 3 uncles, as well as the marriage certificate of my grandparents. So I remember being at the archive when they're presenting me the documents, the records, and I see my grandmother's signature on a birth certificate. And I didn't see her photo, there was no photos, but there was her signature. And I froze. I kind of went into my own little world. I found something that connected myself with my grandmother, and I put my finger over her signature. I was kind of like going back and forth, feeling it, and the ink became well, the ink touched my finger, and that was my connection to my grandmother. I finally connected, and now I have some proof. I saw the proof that that she had lived. Obviously, she had lived, but you know, that I had some kind of document to hold on to. There are so many different layers to why I did the documentary, and I would say that it's very important for us, especially the second generation, to remember, to discover, and to give dignity to those who have perished in the Holocaust, and to our ancestors who have died and remain unknown, buried in Polish cemeteries, most of them, because as we know, a lot of the cemeteries were destroyed, and they put up parking lots and buildings and whatnot. So what I became truly aware of, is that each discovery I made was a rescue of each person. For example, my aunts and my uncles, I was able to find a document with their name on it, information, and it was like lifting them out of the ground, out of incognito, and showing the world, here they are, they lived, here's the document with their, their names and information, here it is. And when I was at the Jewish cemetery in Warsaw, I was shown the mass grave. It was an area in the cemetery, and when you go there, it's a flat ground. It's just flat, and it's covered with a stand, and it had the perimeters guarded by rope. And the caregiver there tells me there are 30,000 Jews buried underneath. So I'm at the Warsaw cemetery, Jewish cemetery, with a caregiver who's showing me a plot of land, and tells me there are 30,000 Jews buried under there. They were Jews who were murdered in the Warsaw Ghetto. They were dragged over by young kids, 10, 12, 14, and the kids were rewarded by receiving bread, which they took back to their families. But the thought of looking at this ground, and underneath are 30,000 human beings, 30,000 Jews, blew me away. And, I'm thinking, what are their names? Who are they? Because nobody's going to know. Nobody of the 30,000 buried underneath, nobody's going to know who's there. Of course, we have an idea, but we can't put a name to it. And it was so beyond me that I'm still trying to comprehend the whole meaning of that. But again, the documentary was a blessing for me. It turned out to be much more than I ever expected. And it's something that I hope people will watch. And my main goal in this is to inspire others, second generation and third generation, and whoever, to go look for documentation, go find information on their relatives, on their ancestors, so they may never be forgotten. Put it on paper. It's got to be in a document, because sometime in history and in future, that there's going to be the revisionist, there's going to be the Holocaust denier, and we can't let that happen. And so my part was the documentary, and so it doesn't. You don't have to make a film about it. Do your own research, make your own catalogs, get it down, put it in a folder or a book binder or whatever. Get it all together, save their dignity, save their life as it was, and pass it down to the future generations. The more we can get, the better it's going to be for all of us and throughout the years, because we have evidence that's going to contradict the Holocaust deniers. Also, what else do I want to say is that the experience of doing this whole thing, documentation, is a greatly satisfactory one. You know, you're finding relatives, and you're going to feel like you're rescuing everybody. You're putting your family together again. They were all separated because of the Holocaust. All our families were. They were killed. They were the Holocaust deniers who said it never happened. There are our ancestors who were buried in Poland and remain there in cemeteries that are now disheveled. They're in total disarray. You've got these the weeds that are about 5 feet tall, and you're walking through it, and it's very difficult to see your surrounding. They're really in poor shape. And I'm thinking, when I saw the cemeteries, especially, of course, where I thought my family was, there's no way that this should be. There's no way that they should be forgotten and in a cemetery that's basically trashed. So
yeah, I was going to say too, but before we end this portion with Fred, we are trying to also have on the program right now or later Stephen Reese, who was in the film. He is this really fascinating Christian man who went along with Fred, correct, in this car all over Poland. And
yeah.
And if you could say a few words about him, and he's doing a dissertation right now, so we're trying to get him on.
It's hard to talk to describe
yes.
the goodness of David Reese in a few words. He is a blessing, a true blessing. I met Minister Reese in Atlanta, and we decided to go back to Poland and clean up my family's cemetery in Radomsko. And like the other cemetery, they're disarray. But what Stephen does, his foundation, the Matsuvat Foundation, is go to Poland and clean up the Jewish cemeteries. Now there's about 1,200 Jewish cemeteries in Poland, and the overwhelming majority are trashed. It just lacks care and landscaping, the whole works. So Stephen goes there with volunteers and he cleans up the Jewish cemeteries. Unbelievable. Who would ever think of that? So Stephen, along with some Polish volunteers, Donna and the crew, of course, went to Radomsko Jewish Cemetery, where my family is. And of course, you got the weeds that are 5 feet high, and it's just, it's hard to maneuver around there. And Stephen helps me find the graves of my great-grandparents and my great-aunt. And we're cleaning up the cemetery. And it's such a great feeling.
Post a link there to his foundation.
Yeah, thank you. So I can go on about Stephen, but I tend to ramble a little bit, but I love Stephen Reed.
Thank you.
I love Stephen Reed.
Could I just want to add one thing, which is to say that in the part of the story of telling transgenerational trauma, which is the second generation's experience, children who were burdened with too much information or not enough information or imagery, who have tried to do other things than really go into a sort of formal psychoanalytic experience of years, have found other ways to work. And Stephen's job and his goal is to bring reconciliation, which is not to say forgiveness, but to reconcile the experience. The fact that there were 3.5 million Jews killed in Poland, that's over half of the population that was ultimately murdered. His goal was to first restore the monuments and the cemeteries of the 1,500 Jewish cemeteries that have been desecrated or used, as we've all seen the stories of the paved roads taken from Matseva. He works toward some reconciliation with Poles and with the Jewish communities, because he has seen that the absence of Matseva, the empty graveyards, are really to create some of the invisibility of that experience. And what he has discovered that is very, very many Poles experience their own hiding, that they were Jewish and that they had some sense of the way the Italians finally took the experience of remorse and beginning to mourn their role in letting half of their neighbors go. So there's something going on in Poland right now that's terribly important. Does it mean that we and forget the politics of Poland, which are a mess, unfortunately, but there is something very moving about his reconstructing community through bringing Polish citizens, Jewish citizens to the experience, and bringing Americans. And thus we have seen through some stories that we've seen of his captured on film that I've watched as I've traveled with him, the families of American families who've gone with him to Poland. So I'm looking forward to him speaking, I hope. But I know that it was for us, as soon as you see this man who looks like a Teamster, a big red shirt, shows up, and when you see him and something changed, as you'll see, when you see the film, I hope you'll see the film, the presence of their absence, you'll see that Fred experiences change. He experiences some change, and a little bit of joy that he hadn't anticipated comes through the tears. So this was I'm looking forward to Stephen speaking to you. Thank you for showing our trailer.
Thank you so much, and really so thrilled.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yes, please.
Okay, it's going to sound like I'm plugging Stephen Rees and the Matsubot Foundation, and I am. I would suggest to everybody, adopt the Jewish cemetery of your ancestors. It's great need of care, a really true great need. Support the Matsubot Foundation. They gather volunteers to go to Poland and clean up these cemeteries. Get involved, volunteer yourself, send children, whoever. It's an experience you'll never, ever, ever forget, and you'll come away feeling a totally different spiritual feeling. There's nothing like it. Nothing like going to see where your great grandparents, your ancestors are, cleaning up their grave and their surrounding. Nothing like it.
If I could say on that note, what happened is that the first sign of a Jewish community is the cemetery. That's the first thing. I thought it was the shul or the school. No, the cemetery is the first thing that creates a Jewish community. So the fact that one of the greatest mitzvahs you perform, or mitzvah I guess is the plural, you perform is the cleaning, the caretaking of a cemetery. Well, Fred found his great-grandparents buried there, but he was the first to come and perform that mitzvah, because guess what? Those who were in charge, who had the obligation, the commandment, the mitzvah, the commandment to take care of the cemetery had been murdered, most of them. So that's what's so interesting in these cemeteries. That slowly or not just eroded, invisible, when you begin to reconstruct, and you'll see that whole process of paving the way through this forest to these matzeva and finding his great-grandparents' graves, and his having performed that mitzvah after how many years. So that's really what's wonderfully moving. And it's to say to Poland, you know what, we're here. I think there are a lot of ways to express the continuing experience of being a Jewish people. So one is in Poland. Anyway, enough said, but thank you.
Thank you, Donna and Fred. And please be sure to list on the chat here the link to this foundation. Meanwhile, Eva and I have been communicating, and we would love to do now to open it up a bit to the community here on the phone call to do a Q&A with our two wonderful people who have read and talked with us, the survivors, David and Phil. In the meantime, too, I want to just tell you, I was communicating with Donovan Blair, and Donovan is the painter who did the extraordinary painting that was on our Facebook group page of Michael Gelbart, who's not currently in the call anymore, who went back to Auschwitz with his parents, who were survivors, and literally danced at Auschwitz. And Donovan did this really remarkable painting that I wish I could show here to you if you haven't seen it. But he'd like to talk a little bit about that, I think maybe after the Q&A. So we really wanted to hear from you all if you have questions for our survivors, the ones who read so beautifully and talked earlier.
David, hi. My name is Laura. You can't see my face, but I'm in Paris. I really loved your story so much, and I'm looking forward to hearing it and reading it again. And I ordered your book, so I can't wait to read it. Where do you live now?
I live in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, okay. And how did you end up there?
It's a long story. I didn't start out there. I was liberated in 1945. And then I went to Sweden to be rehabilitated because I was a sick person at that time. In Sweden, I met my wife at a very early age. I was 18 years of age. I knew her. I fell in love with her. She was a beautiful survivor woman from Czechoslovakia. And I proposed to her after 3 weeks, and shortly thereafter we got married. And I was married to her for 55 years, 55 blessed years. Wow. And we lived in Sweden for 10 years. I worked there. My two older children, two older daughters were born there. And after 10 years in Sweden, the Korean War broke out in the Far East, and the entire community of survivors became very panicked that this is the beginning of World War III. That's what we thought at that time, because we didn't look at it as an outbreak between the North and South Korea. We looked at it as a struggle between communism and capitalism. And we knew that Russia is so close to Sweden, within seconds they could be there. And we didn't want to be caught in this red vice now that we finally were liberated from the brown vice. And I said to my wife, let's go, let's leave Europe. This is a cursed continent. Every 20 years, there's another war. Let's leave it. And so we did, and we came to America.
Did you end up on the West Coast?
We first came to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, because a friend of ours lived there, several of them. And I lived there for 12 years in Pittsburgh. We did well there. We prospered, we did well. And then after 12 years in Pittsburgh, I discovered that there is a better world in the West. And so I emigrated with my family to Los Angeles. I've been living here ever since 1966.
Where do your children live?
My children are very close to me, actually. My youngest daughter, Barbara Edberg, she lives about 15 minutes away from me in West Hills. And my middle daughter, Bert, Kaplowitz. She lives about 40 minutes away in Oxnard. And my oldest daughter, Helene, she lives near Idlewild, California, which is on the mountaintop, really, up above Palm Springs.
How fortunate. And you have grandchildren, I imagine?
I was very fortunate indeed. I created a wonderful family with my wife, and we had 3 beautiful daughters, and they gave me 7 grandchildren. And now the 7 grandchildren are giving me great-grandchildren. So now I have 5 great-grandchildren, and the 6th one is on the way.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we want to hear also from Phil how you ended up in California. Maybe you want to share something in addition to what you did before.
Like David, I came to the United States from Germany and wound up in New York. And I did not like New York. I asked people where I lived in Munich in the United States, and they suggested Akron, Ohio. Well, I went to Akron, Ohio. It turned out to be a village, not a city. And so I asked the people in Akron, Ohio, what do you do if you want some entertainment? So they said to go to Cleveland. Well, I went to Cleveland. I got the job there. And after 2 years, I noticed I was sneezing so much that I couldn't stand it anymore. I went to the doctor. The doctor said, you must have hay fever. Mm. Well, in Cleveland, they would announce the weather, including what the pollen counts are. And if you wanted more information, they said, send us a quarter and we'll send you a little information about it. Which area has hay fever and which not. Mm. And so I sent for it, and they sent me this little booklet, and it says California, especially Los Angeles, because I was allergic to hay fever, has hay fever, but very little. So I said, well, California, here I come. I packed up everything and came to California. I started school. First, obviously, English as a second language while I was in Cleveland. And in Cleveland, they did not believe in the English to have teachers explain to the students in their native tongue. They said the best, because if somebody asks a question and they're by themselves, they can't explain themselves what it is. So they started what they called, everybody had to go to school. So I started with 4th grade in Cleveland and went all the way up to junior high school and graduated 1 year at junior high school and came to Los Angeles. I started high school in Los Angeles. I graduated from Fairfax High. Then I went to UCLA. And I received my engineering diploma from UCLA and worked as a design engineer and salesman. And in Los Angeles, we got married. My wife is not a survivor, but she keeps saying that she's a survivor of a survivor. And we were married and we have 2 children, a son and a daughter. The daughter lives in Piedmont, which is near Oakland. And my son lives not too far from me, which is in Brentwood. And I live in Valley Village in California. And now I'm retired.
Mm. Can I ask one more question from what you shared earlier?
Sure.
Okay, so it is pretty amazing that the SS man, when you were with your father who had died in the camp, and he said you could bury him yourself or they would take care of it. In a way, you were given the shall we say, the mitzvah of burying your own father. That is very unusual during these times. Do you want to share about that a little bit?
Well, the biggest problem I had is trying to carry him from the camp. At that time, I was in Fünftachen concentration camp, which was a branch of Gross Rosen. And they gave me the shovel and they said, "You're on your own." And obviously my father was much larger and heavier than I was to carry him to the field that I was supposed to bury him. And I buried him and put all kinds of markers in the ground, thinking that maybe someday if I survive, I can come back to his grave. Well, I came back after the war. I went back to where his grave was, and there was nothing to be found. There was a big empty field, and I understand there were other people that were buried there too, which were not in the concentration camps, but in labor camps. And so I took notice where the burial area was or is, and maybe someday I might get back and see what I can do about it. But there was nothing to be found.
Also, Phil or David, you had pictures that you wanted to show, right?
Well, yes. My life took tremendous many turns, and after the war in Sweden, the first 10 years were absolutely wonderful because Sweden never entered the war. They were neutral in the war. And so when I arrived, well, so-called neutral, but they were actually, because not a brick was cracked in that country. When I arrived from that devastated Europe, really in ruins and in ashes, and I came to Sweden and I saw not a city, I saw a paradise in front of me. Everything was so normal, everything was so beautiful. The grass was so green and the people were so friendly. There was no damage of any kind. And I couldn't understand how this is possible when the entire world around me in Europe was totally ruined, in total ruins. And then I realized that this country was not in war. And so it took me a long time to get used to normalcy, because after 6 years of living hell, nothing was normal anymore for those people that survived. And at first, the first few years, my wife and I experienced tremendous, not only anxiety, but we were fearful. The Swedish policemen had black uniforms, and it reminded us of the SS. They were nothing like the SS, obviously, but they had black uniforms with black boots. And when I saw a Swedish policeman on the street, for the first year or two, I was running to the other side of the sidewalk to hide myself. It was like a feeling of persecution that was running after you. And this was something that stayed with us for quite a long time. But I snapped out of it much faster than my wife did. And we were able to establish some form of normalcy. And we got married and had the first 2 children right away. And so I had to support at the age of 20. I was a young father with 2 children and a wife. I had to support 4 people. My wife couldn't work because we had nobody around. There was no such thing as babysitters. We couldn't afford one, even if there were. We were new. We had nothing. We just had to start from the very scratch. And it was difficult. And we somehow managed, but there was a very supportive Jewish community that came, that also liberated Jewish people, and some of them settled in Helsingborg, and where we lived. And so we kind of developed a certain kinship, great kinship actually with those people. We became friends with men. Anyway, the point is, life took a turn for the better. I went back to my work. I started educating myself further because I missed out on education. All I was managed to get educated in Poland was the 5th grade. I graduated actually from the 5th grade. And that's about it. But I felt that I had a great need for knowledge, and I started educating myself. I also took courses in design. I became a designer. I started getting into an area of work that gave me a great opportunity to really build up my life. And my family grew, and we came to the United States after 10 years in Sweden. And in the United States, I really, really prospered and did great things. I was working for the stars in the movie industry. I was creating wonderful, beautiful costumes and dresses and all these wonderful things that the movie industry requires. And I got to know very many very important people. And my life took a very, very different turn for the better. And when I and my wife got married in Sweden, under the chuppah, it was like a production line chuppah, because right there after the war, 1945, we didn't have a shul in Helsingborg because there was no Jewish community to speak of. So the only shul there were was in Malmö, Sweden, which is south of another bigger city. And there we got married, and the rabbi had literally a production line of couples, young couples that just survived the war, to be married. So we had like 15 minutes marriage under the chuppah. And under the chuppah, when my turn came with my wife, it was unbelievable, because under the chuppah, she started sobbing. I mean, really crying. And I felt so bad. I thought she had second thoughts. And I said, my God. So afterwards, after she was finished sobbing and we finally got our ketubah, I said to her, honey, why were you crying under the chuppah? It's supposed to be a happy time. And she says, David, it wasn't you and it wasn't me. But did you look around what happened when we were under the chuppah? Was there anyone to share our joy? Was there a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, anyone that survived this hell? There was nobody. We were the loneliest people in the world. Of course I was crying. And so I understood. But then when we came home and I calmed her down, and I said to her, and I'll never forget it, the words. I said, honey, my dear Sharikam, I said to her, I can promise you this, that if you and I will live long enough and stay long enough together for 50 years, I promise you that I will make the biggest wedding you have ever seen at our 50th wedding anniversary. Wow. And when the 50th wedding anniversary came, I really, really made an incredible wedding. And wow. I'll show you a picture of that wedding.
Oh, it's so great. What a story.
This is the wedding picture. All my family, my children, my grandchildren, and my youngest granddaughter was the flower girl, and everybody was dressed really beautifully. And my wife and I, we were celebrating the real wedding that we missed out 50 years ago.
That is an incredible testament, I have to tell you. All these amazing families.
We did very well in Los Angeles. Thank you. Thank you very
David,
much.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
A cousin of my mother, she passed away already. She also came to, from Bergen-Belsen to Sweden to recuperate. And I think, I'm not sure, her daughter might want to find out things about her. So can I contact you in private?
You certainly can. And
thank you so much. And thank you for everything. It's so emotional.
You are very welcome. It was, my life, as described in my book, went from the deepest depth of despair as a child. The war broke out, I was only 11 years old. At 14, I was totally orphaned. Everybody was taken away from me. I wanted to commit suicide in the ghetto, and my aunt caught me in the act of putting myself down from the third-story window from an attic. And she rescued me, and I survived. I have been able to take up my life again after the war. I came out really, literally from the ashes, and I created a life. And I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah.
All of you are so incredible. It's amazing. My grandmother stayed there, you know, she did all the way from Poland to Israel, was exiled by the Turks to Alexandria and Egypt, came back to Israel again, 8 orphans, and she and her sister went to Poland and they perished there. Lots of
Yes,
stories.
we have our horror stories to tell that we survived, but our survivor community, each one is unique in their experiences, and
Totally.
each experience is heart-wrenching, and it is horrendous, actually. How any one of us could come out alive from this horrible crucible, I will never understand. But I can tell you this: when I speak to audiences and to high schools, and the children are very intensely listening to every word I'm saying, you could hear a pin drop among hundreds of people. Afterwards, I get some incredible questions from the audience, from these young people. And one of them asked me a very profound question, black girl from a high school. She says, Mr. Lenga, she says, when you were of your despair, how was your belief in God?
Mm.
That is a very incredible, intense question. And coming from a religious family myself, I did not have a really ready answer for her. But I really had to elaborate for about 15 or 20 minutes to come to some kind of a satisfactory answer. And my answer, in the essence, was that at first, our belief in God was shattered because we felt that God turned off his ears and turned away his sight, and we had no one to talk to. So our belief in God, as deeply as it was held before the war, because we were religious, was totally demolished. But after the war, when I was reading up a lot about what happened, because during the war, we had no idea what was happening around us. We were bereft of any kind of information. So after the war, I read extensively a lot of books about it, World War II, and about a lot of people that wrote about it. And I discovered a lot of things, but I was still plagued by that very thought that this woman asked me, what was your belief in God? I was searching for an answer. I really was. And I couldn't find one. But one rabbi that I spoke to, he brought out an idea that really could reconcile this question with myself. And he said to me, he said, when God gave the human being a free will, he absolved himself of any responsibility of what any human does or does not do. It's up to them.
That's right.
God has given instructions to humankind in the 10 Commandments how to behave and be a good person. But God absolved himself from any responsibility of what you henceforth will or will not do. If you become a good person and you observe the mitzvahs, you will be rewarded in the afterlife. If you are not, you're going to be punished. Well, I didn't believe in the reward and punishment part of it, but I believed in the fact that human beings really do need to be responsible for their own actions, and they cannot blame it on God. So he says, when Hitler came on the scene and he murdered millions of Jews and other people, it's not that God turned away his sight. It's that you don't expect God to come down and rescue you because God didn't create it. That didn't happen. God didn't make it happen. Hitler did it. His henchmen did it. Don't blame it on God. It is the human being that did it to other human beings. It is the evil that prevailed. But don't blame it on God. And that argument stayed with me. I was chewing on it for so long. And finally, for my own peace of mind, I had to come to the conclusion that this is the only way I can rationalize that what happened that one human being or many human beings turned evil and committed horrendous crimes against another segment of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
David, I so agree with that about our own responsibilities and our own choices that we make in our own lives.
Absolutely. I keep emphasizing this to everybody, including my own children and grandchildren and everybody that would listen, that you cannot live your life and do things, and then when they don't turn out right, blame it on somebody else.
That's right.
Not even on God. You have to be responsible for your own life and for what you do. That's how I see it.
Can I just say thank you to you and Phil and everybody, especially to you, the survivors, because my feeling is that by your surviving, you support us in life. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm so happy that I have the opportunity to speak to audiences in this regard. And you know what is disturbing to me is that after all these years of educating people and our entire community of survivors that will do the same thing basically, I found it so terrible, not just challenging, but terribly disturbing that I find time and again such ignorance, such high level of ignorance about what happened during the Holocaust.
That's what
it is disturbing, in spite of all what has been said and written and talked about and commemorated the anniversaries of the Holocaust, in spite of all this worldwide supposedly knowledge about what was going on, there is still in society an incredible level of ignorance about the recent history. And that is why we are challenged to go on and talk to people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yashar koach. Thank you. That's what Fred was talking about too. If we can do anything to help in different areas to reveal the truth about the Holocaust, this is our mission, a second generation or anybody who feels called to it.
I just wanted to say to David, can you hear me?
Yes,
that Berkeley High School, which is near, I think, where the daughter of the other survivor lives, has their students, their junior year of high school, every single student has 6 weeks of study on the Holocaust and the history of the Jewish people, and they always have a survivor come and talk, and the kids really get it. You know, by the end of 6 weeks, it's not just 2 weeks, not just 3 weeks. There's been 6 weeks on that. So, and Berkeley High School is the second largest high school in the state of California. So there is hope that education is going on.
I really am pleased to hear that, and it is really very good for me to know that California has now compulsory or mandatory Holocaust education in their schools. For a long time, they didn't have that. But this is a wonderful development. Yes, people really need to be aware of evil when it lurks, and to stand up and speak up and be active and not let apathy allow evil to take root. We cannot afford to do that. We have learned it the hard way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
He asked me to show you some pictures of my family, but before I do that, I just want to express how I feel about when I hear the word extermination camps. I can't stand the word because extermination refers to not human beings, but bugs and all kinds of other
vermin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would prefer we call it something else, like
annihilation.
Annihilate, that's right. Annihilate or whatever, but not to use the word exterminate.
I agree. I agree. You exterminate pests. You
That's
exterminate vermin, but you do not exterminate people.
Right. So if that would be taken out of the language, I would be very appreciative. And I don't know who can do it, but it would be appreciated.
We'll mention that.
I was going to say some more, but I just wanted to show you some of the pictures. I don't know if you can see it. Why don't you go up there and see if I can?
Yeah, we can see it.
You can do.
This is my family: my mother, my brother, my sister, and my father. And we had a fair or carnival coming to our city every year, and here we are at one of those fairs with my brother, my mother, and all the family. So this is my family. And
I have a question about that. How on earth did you keep these photos? I never understand that.
well, I didn't keep them. After the war, I came back to my city, and because we had to move, we couldn't live where we lived.
Yeah.
The Poles that took over the apartment that we lived, we had a basement. So they put it down in the basement, and they never looked what's in the basement.
Wow.
And after the war, when I came back, I went down to the basement, and I saw what was there.
Treasure.
Yeah, and obviously I took them both.
Wow.
And I can show you a picture of my city.
Oh, your city.
City. This is where the city center is. And
what's the name of the city?
Chelach.
Chelach.
Chelach. I can show you a map where it is in case if you want to go there to see. It's not far. It's south of Krakow. And this is the city of Chelach. And if you can see it all, but you can see a river that's it's marked in blue here on this side. And this was the border between Chelach and the German border. You crossed the river and you were in Germany. And this is the school that I went to in Chelach, public school. And on the bottom is the public school, and on the top is where I live.
Is it still there, Phil? Is
It's still there. Everything is still there because we had streetcars going from each city in our area, in the Zagłębie area. And this was a typical streetcar that we used. And I took those pictures after the war when I got back to Poland. Now we left Poland because after a few more Jews came back, and one had a bakery, and one had a hardware store. And one day while they were in the store, some Poles came in and shot them dead. So obviously we got scared and had to leave Poland. And we wound up in Munich, and then there was a quota of orphans that could go to the United States. And I qualified as an orphan to come to the United States. That's how I was allowed to come to the United States. I don't want to hold out too much time.
It's so interesting. And one of you gentlemen said you had a picture of when you were a very little boy. And that was something, yeah.
When I was a little boy, well, this was when the Germans came in and took over the city. And right after this age, I was taken to a labor camp first in Marxstedt, or first in the ghetto, obviously, in the Marxstedt ghetto, and Marxstedt, the labor camp, and Fünftagen concentration camp. And that's where I was liberated. I have more pictures that I picked up. I even noticed that they left our pickle barrel in the basement, which is kind of interesting. I took a picture of what the barrel looked like. I don't know if I should take more time, so I want to give somebody else a chance to talk.
I think when Stephen Rees came into the picture, make sure that, hello, we're seeing the bigger picture. Yes, Phil, I really appreciated all the sharing of the pictures. I assume we should probably continue. Is anything else you wanted to share as a completion?
Or anyone have another question of these two?
Well, is it possible to scan these pictures? Are you going to, do you have a kind of repository, Leah?
I have all my pictures in my.
Good point, and we could ask both of them if they were willing, and if you wanted to just contact me directly, we could have that done, I have a feeling.
Absolutely, it's on Facebook as well.
I want to interrupt for 1 second.
Oh.
This is Chaim.
Okay.
I have a gift for Phil. If the only way I could share it, I sent to Eva and to Laura's WhatsApp. And if you could share the screen of the photo I just sent you, it's a gift for Phil.
Okay. Is it on WhatsApp? I'll send it.
It's on your WhatsApp, and just show it to the screen, and Phil can look at it.
Okay.
David, I thought you should know I bought your book here in Paris. It's on Amazon France as well.
Yes.
So it'll be arriving next week, along with an order of flour and things to live on.
I have to drop off now, but I just wanted to say thank you so much to David and Phil for all your sharing. It's been very moving and wonderful. And thank you, Eva, for putting all this together.
Thank you very much for having us.
Amazing.
It was a pleasure being with you all and getting to know you all. And I just hope we can go forward in good health and take on life for what life is meant to be, and make the most of every single day. And I always I'd like to leave you with this thought that my father implanted in me. When he was already a little bit younger than me, I'm 92, he was like 90. When he called me to his bedside in Israel, he lived in Israel for many years. He called me to his bedside. I was the only survivor in the family, the only son that survived. So he took me aside and he says, David, I need to talk to you. I says, okay, Dad, but what do you want to tell me? And he says, listen to this, what I'm telling you, and keep it in mind always. If a man is lucky enough to live to 70, he has basically lived his life. Any day that God grants you beyond 70, do not ever take it for granted. That day is a blessing. So from here on, you count your blessing every day after you're 70. You know something? That admonition really stuck with me. And I have not ever since taken any day for granted. I've always been grateful for every day that I had beyond that. And I keep on doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
So honored to have you here.
Thank you.
We have such a really amazing group of people throughout the world. I'm just so excited and amazed by this. He's just gotten out.
First of all, we have a gift for Phil.
Well, sure. Okay.
Do you see the screenshot here, you guys?
Yeah. Showing them in the center there. Phil, do you recognize that?
No.
Okay, look very closely.
פסוק מתוך קלף זה, שריד משפחת בית הכנסת הגדול.
Yeah, I can read it. I can read it, the Hebrew, where it says it's a joint cemetery between Cherach and Benjamin.
Okay, so I'll tell you the story of this, okay? In 1939, when the Germans came into Benjamin, they went to the synagogue and they burnt the synagogue, which is a streetcar away from where you lived, as you just described. You said there was a streetcar.
And friends of mine after the war went to the area, and they found near the ruins of the synagogue in Benjin, near your home, this parchment. And it is the first, the parchment from the Torah. And if you look at the upper right-hand corner, it says, Breshit bara Elohim et hashamayim v'ha'aretz, that God had created the heaven and the earth, which is the first verse of Genesis. And near what is left of my home, we took this parchment and we framed it in glass. And every Simchat Torah, the festival of the reading of the Torah, we go there, and to commemorate the memory of all the Jews of the communities of Zanglamlia, we read from this parchment.
Wow.
And tonight, a close friend of mine went there and lit on the upper right-hand corner that little candle you see.
Wow.
As a memorial of the Holocaust of the synagogue in Zanglamlia.
Wow. That's
and this is a photo that was just sent during our conversation.
Wow.
He went and he lit the candle of the parchment from the Torah from the synagogue from Zanglamlia, from Benjin, which is near Phil's home.
Wow, that's amazing.
I understand there's a person from my city called Stavsky, and he refurbished the whole cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know that or not.
And you know that there's many survivors from Zanglamlia that moved to Melbourne in Australia.
Yes.
And many of them got together and we established this memorial for the Jews of Zanglamlia and from the villages, from your village and from Benjin and from the other villages.
Yeah.
It's a very moving memorial, and it's literally a few meters away from the ruins of my house.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have some pictures, typical street of Benjin.
Mm-hmm.
If you're interested, I can show them to you.
And show the picture of the synagogue, because this is the Torah, original Torah scroll from the synagogue that was found in the ruins from the fire from 1939.
Yeah.
I will send this to you in an email, Phil, also.
Okay,
That's
great. That'd be
amazing.
nice.
Chaim, what is
remarkable?
Thank you for the story. It's amazing.
Fred's family is from Benjin, so I've been told we're to pronounce it Zagwembia. That G is like a Zagwe, Zagwembia, and but Fred's family was from Benjin, and so when we were there, we were very perplexed about the synagogues because there are remnants of one, and then so this is very, very helpful to hear about this, Chaim. Thank you very much.
And Chaim, I just want to say thank you, and also a little 30-second story of my own. The reason I'm really brought here with all of you is my father, who was born in Jerusalem in 1938. My grandmother had come from Poland by way of Detroit, where she had 4 sisters, all naturalized citizens by that point. But when she was 40 years old, she goes to Jerusalem in 1937, meets my grandfather, who's come in from Poland. They meet, marry, and have my young baby father. And then the grandfather goes back to Poland in 1939. And we completely lose track of him. We have no idea what happened to him. His name is Nachman Itkin. And the grandmother, my grandmother, comes back to Detroit to raise my father, thank goodness, right? But I'm on a search now to find him. I've tried everything, all kinds of different things and websites, and there's just no trace of him at all. And so I'm going to keep in touch with Donna and Fred and everyone, David, Phil, to figure out a way that I can keep this movement going to find him. We only have one photograph of him. And he was a farmer, and you can see in his hands, his very thick arms in this photo. And my father goes on to become a great violinist of the Baltimore Symphony. And you can see the same arms. He uses these wonderful arms to play his violin. You know what I mean? So it's really the connection. That's all I have.
There's a whole search and find department happening in the Jerusalem Museum and in the Yad Vashem Museum, the Holocaust Museum.
I can show you.
So you could definitely put that in there, and you might find something if you contact.
Yes, I have tried one of those that you mentioned.
I wanted to tell you something.
Yeah.
When it comes to finding in the archives information, you said you had a picture, right?
Yes, I have one
Okay.
picture.
So in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust is a wonderful, wonderful researcher. He has been researching documents that nobody believed existed. His name is Michael Morgenstern.
Okay.
But he works there at the Museum of the Holocaust, Los Angeles. And he was doing some research for other people, and he came across documents from my family that I didn't know existed, both from my father's and mother's side. Registers from where they were born, where they were working, when they got married, how many children they had, everything. And I was like stunned to see it. And then he found the register when they took me from Auschwitz to Dachau, and I was taken into Dachau to be registered there. And that register form that I had to sign to swear that what I'm saying is truth, if not, I'm doing it under the penalty of death. That very same document, he also dug up and he sent it to me. He is incredible in finding documents that nobody believed even exist. He's
I can't
really
wait.
great.
And his name again was Michael Morgenstern?
Michael Morgenstern, yes. He works,
Okay.
he's very, very adept at the research. Yeah, yeah.
I just posted his name and the Los Angeles Museum of the Holocaust in our chat area. So if
Yeah.
other people want to also take advantage of that, I can't wait. I want to call him on Monday, tomorrow.
He is incredible. He's incredible. Young man, but very capable.
Thank you.
Most people were talking about Benjamin. I have some typical streets in Benjamin, what it was like. This is a typical street. The buildings, look at the building. Those buildings were built before I was born. We had, this is an open market, a farmer's market in Benjamin. This is the railroad station in Benjamin. Just to give you an idea of what Benjamin looked like, because there was so much talk about it.
How big was Benjamin? How many people did Benjamin have? How many?
Benjamin was about 30,000 people, but there were 70 to 75% Jews, and the rest were Poles. Whereas just 5 minutes by streetcar in my city, which is Cheddar, there were 15,000 people, and 10% were Jewish, and the rest was Polish.
Hey, wonderful.
Yeah, as a child, I heard about Benjamin because a lot of Jews lived there.
Yeah.
Okay, I really appreciate the amazing sharing
What
of the Zoom.
The beautiful thing about this is that now we have Fred and Stephen, who were both in the movie, and both have been, Stephen has just joined us from Atlanta, I believe. And so perhaps the two of you could get unmuted, and Donna too, and talk a bit more about your whole adventure there in Poland, because I know it was a
yes,
triumvirate, really.
Welcome, Stephen Reese.
Before we do it, I'm sending to Laura and to I'll be sending in a minute a photo of the map from somebody just sent me a photo from the map from the memorial.
Fantastic.
You'll have it in just a minute.
I'll send it to him. Thank you, Chaim.
Okay, thank you, fine.
I met Stephen Reese when he was, when I was in Atlanta at the Atlanta Jewish Film Festival, and my cousins who had returned from Poland not that long before then, one of them, my one cousin, had said, you have to meet this minister. If you're going to do anything on following someone back to Poland for his own search, his family search, you must meet this man who has taken groups, has his own foundation, the Matseva Foundation, but who has schooled us really in what to expect and helped us, begin to look at Poland, post-war Poland, from pre-war Poland. And so Stephen and I met for several hours. It was in February of, I guess it's been 3 years, and we determined that it would be really good if we could get Fred as the other part of the story. And in fact, that's when the story kind of takes off in a different way, is when we decide spontaneously in the film. Fred says, we should go back there. And Stephen says, yeah, let's go. And in fact, they do. So Stephen should tell you a bit about the Matseva Foundation. We have spoken with him. And it's really, very joyous when we get to speak together. So Stephen, who has just come from defending his portfolio, anyway, delighted that Stephen could join us.
I'm delighted to be here. Yes, the reason for my tardiness is I just defended it. Basically, it was an oral exam. I am now a doctor of philosophy. The degree will be conferred shortly. I won't receive my diploma probably until August, but my professor said you can officially name yourself now doctor. So anyway.
Wow. Congratulations.
We will send the vodka. We'll send the vodka.
Yeah, I put a in the chat box. I put the web address for our webpage, and I encourage you to check it out. But when you get a chance, who we are and what we do. But I'll give you a thumbnail real quickly. The Matseva Foundation grew out of the work that I began as a Baptist minister in Poland in 2004. I met a Polish woman of Jewish descent who invited me to go see a Jewish cemetery, and I didn't know what that was or why it was important. But I did eventually visit the cemetery, research Jewish cemeteries and their importance, and the significance of that related to what happened in the Shoah and so forth, which led ultimately to me meeting with the chief rabbi's representative of Poland, his representative on the Rabbinical Council for Matters of Cemeteries, and I asked him if it would be possible to bring Baptist volunteers to care for Jewish cemeteries in Poland. He said, "Why would you want to do that?" And I gave him a one-word answer in Polish, pojednanie, which means reconciliation. So that's how I began, and that's what I continue to do. I wrote my dissertation on the study of the Matseva Foundation. It's titled "The Third Space, the Meaning of Christian and Jew in the Act of Remembering, Restoring, and Reconciling," a case study of the Matseva Foundation. So I entered the PhD program 9 years ago. We started the Matseva Foundation 10 years ago. So the last 9 years, I've been learning a great deal about these matters that you all are discussing today, the Shoah itself, and how I can better understand as a Christian the Jewish views of the Shoah itself, and how they view the cemetery, and how we can work more collectively together. And one last thing I'll add is that in the last 10 years ago, there was no organization such as the one that I lead. Now there is. And we work extensively with Jewish descendants like you, one of whom you may know, Rena Kahan, from the World Zagłębia Society. We are talking with them about working in the Zawiercie Jewish Cemetery in 2021. We'll see. But we are an organization that's very small. We have 7 board members and a few volunteers, and we operate on a budget of less than $40,000 annually. But yet we do between roughly 6 or 7 cemetery projects a year, restoration projects. We also do mass grave commemorations, and in partnership with a Polish organization. And the last thing is that we are involved heavily in education. And so that's basically a thumbnail of who I am in the Matseva Foundation, what they do and their purpose. And so I thank Donna and Fred, for both of you allowing me to be a part of the story, Fred's story, and the telling of it.
I would like to ask this question for Mr. Steve Rees. How does the Polish government cooperate with your efforts?
It varies, but officially, the way that we interact with the Polish government is at the local level, whether that be a city mayor or a county commissioner or someone in that framework, or someone who is responsible for a community that's not considered a city. So we interface with them on the front end, if possible, of every project that we undertake. And typically we tend to work in places where we're wanted and or neutral where it's ambivalent, but there are places that we work which we're not wanted and have been told to go elsewhere. So there is a range of responses, but typically most of the responses are positive rather than negative in the places that we work. Plus we work with, one of the things that I would add is that in the last, since 2012, we worked with approximately 1,400 volunteers in our work in roughly 30 projects. And 75% of those volunteers are local, meaning they're Polish or Ukrainian, because we've worked once in Ukraine several years ago. So I would say that overwhelmingly, the majority view that we encounter is positive. 75% of our interaction with people on the ground are local residents who join us in our projects. The other 25 are descendants like you or volunteers like that come from the Baptist church.
Do you also get some economic help in that respect from the Polish government in any way?
As a 501c3 registered nonprofit charity, no, we do not, because we do not qualify. However, for direct help, but in partnership with other organizations, we are able to secure funds that we cooperatively and mutually use. We do not gain a benefit from that, but it enables us to work collaboratively and cooperatively in projects that in which we receive government funding, like from the Ministry of Culture, for Polish volunteers to come and work with us. So indirectly, we receive those funds, not directly.
Is there like a GoFundMe or some kind of a PayPal, Venmo, something that if people want to give money to that section?
Yes.
Sure. And I have a kind of a question. It's more of a feng shui question, because I also practice feng shui. In a perfect world, how much money do you need? If you could put a whole number sign right now, is it like 100,000, or how much would you like?
How much would you like?
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, that would be nice to have an annual budget of $100,000.
Okay,
But
that's it. That's all you need, because sometimes I double that.
right now we're in a. I said that this year was the first time that we've had to file a 990 in several years, because our receipts were in the neighborhood of $40,000.
Once we put it out there in the universe, I'm really serious about this. The universe hears that, and there's going to be some great donor out there that someone on this call knows who really wants to put forth. This is extremely important money for an extremely important cause.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Well, you're the first. This is the first. First of all, thank you. Typically, this type of an opportunity is rare, and so I don't have a hard number, a real number that I could say, but any of those amount would be good. This is the email. I mean, the link that I've shared to everyone in the chat to donate to our donate page.
And what does, just because I'm not sure, what does matseva actually mean? That word.
In Hebrew, it means a memorial stone, a standing stone. It can also mean an altar.
Oh.
But in Jewish cemeteries, it signifies two things. Number one, that it's a grave, and that for that reason, since it's a grave, it's not to be desecrated. That's the first job that the matseva has. And the second job is to proclaim the life of the person who's buried. So it's the epitaph that's there is to tell the life story of the person who's buried. So it's a way to remember and to honor the memory of those who have died. The significant thing for us is that the matseva itself goes beyond the cemetery, because we know in Poland, for example, in many places in Europe, there are mass graves in which Jews who died innocently have no matseva itself. And this is why we're in the process of working with a Polish organization called Fundacje Zapomniane to place markers where these mass graves are located, with the hope of commemorating or erecting a matseva there in the memory of those who perished. And we've done that formally 4 times now. We have erected 4 standing stone matseva in locations that we have placed these wooden matzevot.
And what was the name of this organization that you're working with?
I'll type it.
I have to share too at this moment, part of the reason I'm even on this call is because of a dear friend of mine who passed away in 2015, a woman named Gail Orchier, the river guidess, who was my great friend and mentor and the child of a Holocaust survivor. And she and Eva were very dear friends. Eva even painted our painting of our river guidess journeys. We would take people on these marvelous transformational trips of yoga and conscious dance and rafting and enjoying nature. And what's so important is that, unfortunately, she took her own life in 2015, the founder of these remarkable retreats of hundreds of people who'd come on them from Marin and Palo Alto and LA. And in her grave, her body was flown back right away by her family. It was such a shock. And I'm remembering this, and it's in a grave in New York, near her home, I guess, but they were never able to really come up with the gravestone. And it's still sitting there. And it's almost like this makes me want to revisit that and to bring up her river goddess picture. We have a wonderful, a theme picture, and then maybe like a Jewish star, because she really never forgot her past. This was her past,
That's
so
a great idea.
Yeah, I really wanted Gail's spirit in here. It's really important for me personally.
Thank you, Leah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Donovan.
Sorry, Donovan was waiting.
Okay, yeah, I'm very happy you brought up Gail. I was a friend of Gail's as well, and our community, in California is very modern and fractured, and there was no memorial service that I was invited to, and no way of honoring her. So I'm very glad
Actually, I will say, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Donovan. We actually had 8 memorials for Gail. So believe it or not, we had a huge in-person memorial, but we had 8 different smaller memorials that were in person or in people's homes. People were really devastated by this, and she was so remembered. We were still in shock, So I just wanted to make that clear, and I was sorry you weren't invited to these, but we were in all of our different groups and Facebooks and everything like that. We were inviting. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but whatever. No, I was in just one group, or I was in about 3 or 4 groups with her, but I never did get an invitation, or maybe I missed it. Anyway, she was, I was very close with her, from our second generation meetings that started about 20 years ago, and met at her house many times. And I also want to emphasize that I was very impressed by her leading of the rafting trips. It seemed very, not completely, out of this world, but it was very surprising for me to know that. I'm also a camper, and I've done rafting many times, and I'd always thought to go at some point on a trip, on one of Gail's trips, although I'm not one to go on group trips. But I always thought, it'd be really great to go with Gail and see what she's been doing all these years and support her in that. And I always figured that, well, I can always go, next year or whatever, especially if I get older, that's be when I'd want to go with a group. And so that was just a little part of the, the devastation of losing Gail. And I remember her story, her issues with her mother. Unfortunately, in our second generation group, we were never able to really go into each other's stories, but whatever. It was, and Gail, thank you very much for that.
At the end of all of this, this event today is Tess Kempner, who's also a daughter of a Holocaust survivor. And her song is about the liberation here. And I just want to say, and also like the epigenetics, the DNA, is this really passed on? And I really feel that Gail, I talked with her brothers after the funeral. A lot of this had to do with her, for me, her own mind had gone to this place, the trauma that she had helped others, hundreds of us on these retreats. That trauma, it took its final step in her decision to do this. And she had tried several times before. So I'm really dedicating the rest of my life as a yoga teacher myself, and also a dancer, musician, to the liberation of the mind, the liberation of the thoughts, that you're not your mind. These things have happened, and we at every moment have this decision to make, whether or not we agree with these thoughts or we let them go. and change them. It's neuroplasticity. And that's really what I'm dedicating the rest of my life to. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's really in honor of Gail, because I myself have been suicidally depressed for many, many years, and have someone like that go like that. Her death is not in vain. And in fact, we have a beautiful big Facebook group called Dance with the River. And it's made up of hundreds and hundreds of people who came on our retreats who all loved Gail. And if any of you are interested in this, please contact me. I'd love to put you in there. Gail and I created it together. It's over 800 people now. So thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Yes, I would be very interested in hearing that. And I applaud, what you're doing. That's fantastic. And from what you said about 5 minutes ago, you were her assistant on the rafting trips, or what?
Yes. Gail was my great mentor. I was the PR manager of the retreats. And I also was the person in the team that would go out and really experience different modalities of yoga, dance, all kinds of different things. And we would bring them back to Gail for her to experience and see if she liked them. And if that was the case, they became the River Guidess on that year. So I'll tell you more about that later. I'd love to be your friend, Donovan. I'm so excited.
Stephen, do you want to say anything as a parting words before you have to go to your next meeting?
Can I hear what Fred has to say? And then if Donna wants to say anything,
How I feel.
I'll follow with what they have to say. Then I'll have to leave.
Okay, Fred.
Just let me go into my head.
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Stephen.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Fred.
I do want to touch just on a few things before I go, in regarding to Stephen and the Dr. Stephen and the Machiva Foundation. When I first met Dr. Stephen, it was at the Atlanta synagogue, and I attended one of his classes on the Holocaust. And Stephen is not just about the graves and cleaning up cemeteries. He's actually very educated in the Holocaust itself. Again, the Machiva Foundation is extremely important, and donations are needed. It's not only if you think about it, he goes there with a group volunteer and they do a beautiful job cleaning up the cemeteries. But weeds do grow back, and over time it would get back to where it was. So volunteers are needed, funds are needed, especially supplies, all the equipment used to cut the grounds, the weed whackers and the saws and all that. They do break down, they wear out, and they're in need of constant repair. So on that note, thank you everybody once again. Everybody is wonderful. I appreciate it. Stephen, you're a blessing. And I do want to say this. I hope everybody's listening to what I'm about to say. Stephen is the real deal. People ask, what is a Christian doing with this project with the Jews? And people are kind of like, a little skeptical. Some people are, not everybody. And once you get to know Stephen, you know that he's authentic, totally 100% authentic and sincere in what he's doing. And for me, I hope to meet Stephen sometime soon. I'm going to continue to support the Machiva Foundation, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Anyway, everybody have a nice week. Stephen?
Thank you, Fred. And I was going to say to both of you, I would love to help produce. I would love to produce some sort of a show with the both of you, going around the country and really discussing this with people.
Well, Donna would have to be included in that, because I do want to say that the times the three of us have given talks to a high school not too long ago of over 700 students and elsewhere, that we really clicked, and that we each brought our own perspective to the matter, and it's a wonderful thing. And again, everything is a true blessing. So we'll be in touch. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Bye. Much luck.
Bye. Thank you, Stephen.
All right, Eva. Eva, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bye, Fred. Thank you.
Hi, Fred. Good to see you.
Likewise, David. You're a legend too. A legend.
It's been weighing on my mind a question I really wanted to ask of Dr. Stephen. We in the survival community in particular, and the Jewish community specifically, we have been weighted down by the fact that after all these years after the Holocaust, after all what happened, after all the knowledge that was disseminated, there are still so many people trying to deny that it ever happened. How do you explain something like that? How does the Christian community respond to that?
Well, the short answer to a very long and complicated issue that I give is that I can show through research. First of all, historically, the matter of the Shoah is when you look at the philosophers like Frankenheim and others who have said basically that after the Shoah, the Christian community picked up as if nothing had ever happened, whereas the Jewish community dealt with this huge shock and is still dealing with that shock. And so the short answer is that the only way that I have found through research that I did of the work that we do in changing Christians' perspectives and bringing the Shoah, the matter of the Shoah and what happened to the Jews in Europe is to work in a Jewish cemetery. That is an experiential way by which I can help them see the importance of the Shoah and how it impacts Jews today. And that way it leads to compassion.
Thank you very much for your wonderful work.
I would also like to say something about that, David.
Yes.
Thank you very much, by the way, for your story. And thank you, Doctor, for your work, which is fabulous work. And thank you for everything. I'm a second generation son of a Auschwitz survivor, a woman from Lodz. And I sent you a little information about her. But anyway, it's a very terrible problem, Holocaust denial. But it's actually fairly logical in terms of human psychology, because we see today, especially with this president, a thing that can be called conspiracy psychosis. And this is a tendency amongst humans of many different types to indulge in a type of fantasy that solves have with history and with the world. And so, sadly, but also perhaps even logically, Jews are the object of this type of paranoid psychology and problem simply because Jews have been around. We have been here, you know, for 3,000 years. And of course, we produce this book and this body of ideas and a philosophy and a single God and many, many things. So unfortunately, Freud mentions this in his book, Civilization and Its Discontents, that sadly, this is what's going to happen. So the Holocaust denier is really somebody who is suffering from a type of injury to their own psychology. They're looking for somebody to blame, to relieve them of this psychology, and it leads to this either Holocaust denial, or it also can lead to conspiracy psychosis and anti-Semitism, of course. And unfortunately, as Freud did sort of mention, it's kind of natural and kind of inevitable. But with work by like the doctor's work that he was just mentioning, that's probably obviously the greatest remedy, because it's a physical thing where you actually do and go and also they've been known to neo-Nazis have been brought back, you know, by Jewish friends or people who made their acquaintance, and there are different ways to somehow try to address this. What is actually a kind of an inevitable human psychological problem. Sorry to go on, and thank you for listening to my attempt to explain this terrible problem.
And I got a problem with your explanation, though. And the problem is psychosis is a disease. Are you telling me that all those Holocaust deniers are sick people? They all have a disease? I don't believe in that.
Well, your point is well taken, and it could be also called a neuroses. I prefer to use the word conspiracy psychoses because I think it's a very debilitating psychological disease. But you're right. Psychoses is a medical term, and that's maybe a little extreme. I happen to have a lot of friends who are what they call 9/11 conspiracy theorists, and some of them are even Jewish. But whatever, having known these people for a long time who have this type of delusion, this is what I've come to see it as.
So we just have to live with it, I guess, and do the best we can to combat it. That's all.
Exactly. And with the doctor previously speaking, it was a fantastic thing. I remember going to visit Auschwitz in 95, my first time, and staying at a hostel, 97, my second time, and staying at a hostel which was built by German kids who came over to help preserve Auschwitz. And these organizations were formed in Germany in 1947. So that means that the artists and pastors, of course, and Christians, and there was a few different people who formed it. I believe it was a sculptor and a pastor, German, formed this group as early as 1947, which shows that there's always good people, there realizing that this is crazy. We have to do something. Unfortunately, their numbers are small, so that's the problem.
And I also wanted to take this chance to, if I could, Donovan is the painter of this extraordinary painting that we used for this event. And this painting is on my Facebook page. It's in the event. And he went with Michael Gelbart, who's one of our tribe up in Marin. Michael's parents were Holocaust survivors. And Michael felt he really needed to dance at Auschwitz when he got there. And a photo was taken, and Donovan painted this extraordinary painting as a remarkable memory. And I wanted him to just say a few words about it because we've gotten so many comments about this extraordinary painting. So could you talk about that?
Thank you so much. That's actually a copy of the painting. The actual painting is larger, and Michael wanted to have, he wanted to have the painting, but he felt he simply could not afford the price of the painting. So I made him a copy. Anyway, I don't think I ever saw a photograph. That's why it doesn't really look like him. But he told me about it, and have met his parents many, many times because I am a member of the Holocaust survivor group that they're a member of. And ironically, Michael has only come a couple of times when it was in Cleveland, which is Michael's hometown. But I have gone to the gathering, at least a dozen times, and I've met Art and Rose Gelbart, Michael's parents, many times, and danced with them, talked with them, laughed with them, and anyway. But Michael is, I've known for 45 years as a member of the group, and anyway, he told me about dancing in Auschwitz, and I liked the story. And
can you tell the story why they're dancing? Because of they got saved by a Polish woman, right? That's why they were dancing there. That's what Michael said. Okay, we'll share that on maybe a story. And Stephen, did you need anything else before we continue?
I'm just letting everyone. I just sent a text thanking everyone.
Okay.
A message thanking everyone for allowing me to be part of this important meeting. Unfortunately, I must leave.
Yes.
But hopefully we'll see each other in other ways in the future.
And we have
Thank you, Dr. Stephen, for your very good work.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And we have a good
Congratulations also, Stephen. Doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
we'll be in touch.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so here's what Michael wrote here. It's important for me. He says, this photo, which we called Dancing at Auschwitz, was drawn by Donovan Blair after a visit to Poland in 1986 with my parents. We traveled back to their hometowns, to Warsaw, Kalisz, and Klobuk, with a woman named Hannah, who acted as my mother's sister and saved her life. I danced with Hannah on the way to Auschwitz, to my mom's surprise. For me, it was about transcending, and he writes, Dan-sending the Shoah. Donovan captured this image perfectly. So
Wow.
that's from Michael Gelbart, and he calls it Dan-sending the Shoah. Just remarkable.
Okay, wonderful. So I'd like to share now a story about Ilana Kahat, who is a survivor who passed away 2 years ago. Ilana Kahat was a friend of my mother. She was also from Krakow. And the reason I want to share her story, she was in confinement like we're now in quarantine, but in a much worse case. And she also succeeded to bring forth children into life and build a life in Israel, which is maybe to the demise of the Nazis. So I'd like to honor her. And her name was Ilana Kahat, and she was born 1929 to her parents, Dr. Alfred Margulis, a lawyer, and her mother, Otilia Margulis, was a doctor in philosophy. Her childhood was very beautiful until the war began, of course, in 1939. Her mother was executed, and her father paid a lot of money for a Polish farmer to keep her alive in various hiding places. But mostly she spent one whole year in a hole in the garden of one Polish farmer. She was 12 to 13 years old at that time, and she was alone, maybe a year and a half, in this dark reality, without sun, sitting or lying down. Once a day, they brought her a bowl of food, and when she got lice, she requested a scissor and a pot to trim her hair by herself. When she came out of the pit, she could not stand because of the weak muscles, but she crawled herself out and reached the house of other Polish people and asked to work there, and they agreed to accept her for housework. Later on, Ilana kept hiding in different places until she heard her father was killed 3 weeks only before the end of the war. Luckily, a Jewish family adopted her, and Ilana came to Israel with them. Later, she studied chemistry at the Technion in Haifa and started a family. She had 3 children. Unfortunately, her oldest son was killed in the Yom Kippur War. Ilana volunteered in a kindergarten for many years, and the kids loved her and it brought her much joy. She had many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She passed away 2 years ago at age 89, and she's an example how the Nazis did not succeed in killing the Jews. Her generation is still alive and well in Israel. Amen. So I wanted to share that, and thank you very much. And then we have Tess. She's going to share.
So what I would love to do before we close, but really by introducing Tess.
Yes.
A dear friend of mine who himself is battling his own war with cancer, let's say, is my dear friend Eric Alderfer, who is the longtime assistant minister of the West End Collegiate Church in New York City. When I was there for many years, I was a pianist and was going through a lot of tough times emotionally, and went to a place called the Saturday Center for the Emotionally Healing. I dropped in there, it's a long story, and I ended up being the accompanist for many years there. They never once tried to convert me or anything like that. That's not what they're about. They're about music and love and culture. And Eric himself was one of the holiest men I had ever met and was my tenor for many Broadway songs that we sang together throughout the years. He's not well, but he did send in this beautiful work. It's the Psalm 126. This is a man who has spent his lifetime bringing together the religions. He himself is Christian, but like Stephen, he has dedicated himself to all things Jewish, Hebrew. It really informed a lot of his life as well. So I'd asked the kind of group, the committee, if it was okay to play his piece. I'll just have you hear it, and Jonathan's queuing it up now. And then we'll be closing with Tess, who has a brilliant, brilliant piece to send us out. I'm also going to read a little bit about the Psalm. Okay. He says in the Psalm 126, This is the end of the psalm. It says, those who sow in tears shall reap with the songs of joy. Those who go out weeping, carrying seed to sow, shall return with songs of joy, carrying the sheaves with them. He was blessed. So please do keep in mind, this is a man who's very ill himself with cancer and has a catheter even right now for 18 hours a day or something.
That psalm is sung every day before you do the blessing of the food, especially on Shabbat.
When the Lord brought back the captives to Zion, we were like people who dreamed. Our mouths were filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy. We were filled with joy, our tongues with songs of joy. We were filled with joy. Restore our fortunes, Lord, restore us. Oh, restore us in your love. Like streams in the desert, restore our fortunes. Lord, restore us in your love. Those who sow in tears shall reap with songs of joy. Those who go out weeping, carrying seed to sow, shall return with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them. Return with songs of joy, carrying sheaves with them.
Thank you.
Thank you
for listening to that. And as a closing piece today from Tess Kempner, a daughter of Holocaust survivors, she spent most of her life carrying the burden, as so many second-generation Holocaust survivors have, and she offers up the hope of transformation, that you don't have to carry the burden. Okay, and she spent, as we said, she spent most of her life carrying the burden, as so many second-generation Holocausts have. The 6 Million Candles New World Anthem is a musical vision for global healing, peace, cooperation, and transformation from a larger body of work that seeks to make sense of the senseless and transmute this legacy of tragedy into something meaningful towards a more evolved and harmonious society. This work reflects her uplifting dream of awakening the sleeping consciousness of humanity, transcending the illusion of separation while remembering those who perished. So Tess, take it away, man. Take it away, goddess.
It's been a real privilege and honor to be here bearing witness and holding space in all the profound sharing. I had a lot of conflictedness quite authentically about being on the call, coming into the world with inherited PTSD, literally with my hands shaking and being told that I was going to make up for everything my mother had been through in her life. No pressure. So I pretty much spent my whole life trying to figure out what to do to make up for the murder of my whole family, 6 million Jews, 12 million people. And New Year's Day, 1998, I had this vision of restoring world harmony through the healing power of music by staging an internationally broadcast commemorative peace concert from the site of the former death camp at Auschwitz, where both my parents had been enslaved. So that vision was published in an international newspaper some of the survivors on the call may be aware of, called Together, that went out to 50,000 survivors. And within 3 days, I was inundated with emails and phone calls and faxes from people who wanted to see this vision realized. But I was kind of a starving artist in Los Angeles, and basically bankrupted myself with a lot of people thinking this was like nepotism, like, who are you to do something at this level? And I'm like, well, you know, if God is using me to deliver these messages, who am I not to do it? But a lot of things happened. It's a profound story. The vision has yet to be realized. It birthed me as a songwriter and outpoured 13 songs exploring themes of war, hatred, and world peace from the perspective of a child of war. I actually only recently met Fred and Donna because I had posted on the Daughters of Holocaust Survivors Facebook group looking for a filmmaker because I'm working on a documentary film on the epigenetic effects of war. And certainly the relevance of the nefarious aspects of this pandemic that are threatening to take our liberties away, you know, like at 9/11 when they put Homeland Security in and they said this was temporary, and clearly it's not. So I feel a little ominous undertones about the way our liberties are being taken. And I feel, as I think it was you, Phil, who said earlier that we have a responsibility to you know, be basically watchdogs when we start seeing signs that other innocent people would maybe go by, because somebody used an analogy today that if you throw a frog into boiling water, they're going to jump right out of it. But if you put them in lukewarm water and then you heat it up, they're going to die in there. And so I'm feeling certain trepidations. And so I very much see the relevance of we who either lived through it directly or inherited the pain and the grief and the despair and the nightmares have a moral obligation to pay really alert attention right now to what's taking place. So that's my little soapbox thing. And this project, as I said, I've asked that the recorded version, which is just a piano and voice demo, be the link on SoundCloud be added here so that you can hear it again later with a beautiful piano accompaniment by a third generation named Sharon Kushner. And it feels more intimate to sing it for you a cappella right now, but I'm certainly still looking for team to realize the global vision. So I would love if you wanted to reach out to me through Eva or Leah, that would be wonderful. So without further ado, this is just me singing by myself, but the ultimate vision is a full orchestra and choirs and children's choirs, and that we actually flood the symbol of the most heinous act of atrocity of man's inhumanity to man of Auschwitz with literally 6 million candles, real or simulated. And now that we can do things simulcast globally, it seems like with stage magic it can be done. But here it is, just Tess by herself. It's called the 6 Million Candles New World Anthem. Standing tall against the night, side by side, a brilliant white, shed our light unto the darkest place. One by one we fill the sky, gleaming brightly till we die, rising ever high and higher into space. We will wake the sleeping conscience as we blaze in memory of the innocent 6 million and our lost humanity, glowing bolder, growing stronger, even as we melt away. Though our flame may be extinguished, still our spirit's here to stay. And the lesson to be learned as our precious martyrs burned is that love is all there is. Oh, can't you see? Perhaps the reason people died in a senseless genocide is to send this message down through history. Put down all your weapons, let go of the blame. Just look all around you, we're one and the same. And 6 million candles, 6 million lives, 6 million people, 6 million goodbyes. Their memory still survives as the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. For each life that you erase, 2 shall rise to take their place. You cannot kill the will to carry on, for the soul won't ever cease in its goal of teaching peace. Even though this goal of reaching peace, even though so many teachers may be gone, we can house and we can feed. Love is the only tool we need. So open up your heart and let it sing. There's room for you, there's room for me. Cooperation is the key. Together we'll accomplish everything. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. There's so much to appreciate. Why waste our time on fear and hate? Our stay here, friends, is a fleeting gift before the sands of time must shift. With peace on our minds and love in our hearts, we enter heaven, we enter heaven on earth. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud, and we are free.
Heart-wrenching.
So yeah, I think there's a brilliance in that.
Beautiful, what a beautiful hymn. My
Thank
God.
you.
Oh my
Amazing.
God. Amazing, amazing.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
The
Thank
words
you,
just
my honor.
penetrate to the depth of
May
your
it, be,
soul.
it was orchestrated for an 84-piece orchestra. It needs to be heard on the world stage.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree.
It's amazing, amazing. Thank you.
Thank
Wow, what a beautiful hymn.
That's right.
David, how did you put that? It just like penetrated the soul. How did you say that?
It does. It penetrates the soul. That's how powerful it is.
Thank you.
What's that? Is there going to be a candle and performance thing at Auschwitz by any chance?
That's what Tess had envisioned. She wanted that. She's
right.
We also have a chat
you know,
from Hannah Lynn that says it's beautiful and it does need to be out there. Hannah Lynn, I think, is from Hawaii. It's really nice to see you.
I would like you all to hear some of there's 13 songs, and there's one called Remember, which really addresses why it's important to keep the memory of the Holocaust alive. And I really feel, humbled that God has chosen me to deliver such beautiful words.
Yeah, and Jonathan just posted Tess's link to her own SoundCloud of that song with a
Jonathan.
background. It's a piano, keyboard background, and it's fantastic. So
yeah, he's
please
a Berkeley School of Music graduate. He's brilliant. Yeah, and on that link, you'll be able also to hear Remember, and also a song called Peace in the Middle East that I wrote and sang for his 6,000 Israeli and Palestinian women in Jerusalem about 15 years ago on my birthday. Yeah.
David, could I keep you and Tess in touch with each other? Your enthusiasm and your life force is so great, and he is so involved with the LA Museum of the Holocaust. She could come and sing that there.
I'm all for it, yeah.
Yes, that would be wonderful. If I had the support of the Museum of the Holocaust, that would be amazing.
I think they would be interested. I really do, because I just feel personally that it is the most emotional, most piercing.
Right. That's right.
Dedicated to the Holocaust.
Yes.
I cannot think of anything better than that.
And David's very affiliated with the museum. He's a featured speaker with them.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
it's very doable that we get in touch with the right people there.
And by the way,
I would like to put forth a suggestion, yes.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Okay, so we'll be in touch.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So Leah will make a contact between you two. And I hear some background music. And my wish for conclusion of the evening is that we do a nigun, everybody together. Maybe Jonathan can complete it from Jerusalem. And then thank you, Tess, so much.
Thank you very much for putting this together.
Thank you.
It was memorable. It was
We
wonderful.
hear some background noise.
Thank you for all your efforts.
Okay.
All right. Eva, thank you so much.
Have a beautiful day, everybody.
Thank
Eva's going to do a final prayer with all of us. So Eva's going to do.
You want to do final Karlbach prayer song?
Oh, yeah,
I have a perfect song from Karlbach.
Great. Thank you, everybody. And Laura in Paris and Hannah in Hawaii. Beautiful people here. I don't know everybody. Thank you for being part of this very special evening. Okay.
Thank you so much for having us.
I'm really grateful to have been part of this evening. Everybody here really touched me very, very deeply. And it was nice because I haven't had a very profound Holocaust Remembrance Day for a while already. And this was a very profound one, and I'm very grateful for it. And so in Israel, we actually have moved into the 21st already. So it's actually even in both dates already. We covered it. So yeah, this song is by Karlbach. You probably know it also. Originally, it was written in Hebrew, but he translated it to English. Not translated, but made an English version. Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul. Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul. Return to who you are, return to what you are, return to when you are born and reborn again. Return to who you are, return to what you are, return to when you are born and reborn again. Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul. Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul. Return to who you are, return to what you are, return to when you are born and reborn again. Return to who you are, return to what you are, return to when you are born and reborn again. אשר כהנים לעבודתם ולוויים לשירם ולזמרם ואשר כהנים לעבודתם ולוויים לשירם ולזמרם והשב ישראל לנביאיהם והשב כל יושבי תבל לנביאיהם והשב ישראל לנביאיהם והשב כל יושבי תבל לנביאיהם Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul. Return again, return again, return to the land of your soul.
So much, Jonathan.
Beautiful.
Thank you for being the heartbeat of this event. Thank you so
Toda.
much, Eva. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To everyone who stuck it out. This is great.
That's 3 hours. No,
Yeah, we're talking
Jonathan's
about
daughter.
having it an hour and a half, remember?
3.5 hours plus.
An hour and a half, that was the plan. An hour, let's make it happen in an hour and a half, all of that.
Great. Thank you.
I love seeing your little daughter.
She's asleep now, but yeah, she's amazing. She's a miracle.
I saw her dancing.
She's reacting. Talking about her.
Thank you, Chaim.
Thank you, everybody, for singing and bringing your.
Yeah, thank you very much for everybody for joining.
Standing tall against the night, side by side, a brilliant white. Here we shed our light unto the darkest place. One by one we fill the sky, gleaming brightly till we die, rising ever high and higher into space. We will wake the sleeping conscience as we blaze in memory of the innocent 6 million and our lost humanity, glowing bolder, growing stronger, even as we melt away. Though our flame may be extinguished, still our spirits here to stay. And the lesson to be learned as our precious martyrs burned is that love is all there is. Oh, can't you see? Perhaps the reason people died in a senseless genocide was to send this message down through history. Put down all your weapons, let go of the blame. Just look all around you, we're one and the same. And 6 million candles, 6 million lives, 6 million people, 6 million goodbyes. stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. For each life that you erase, two shall rise to take their place. You cannot kill the will to carry on. For the soul won't ever cease in its goal of reaching peace, even though so many teachers may be gone. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. We can house and we can feed. Love is the only tool we need. So open up your heart and let it sing. There's room for you, there's room for me. Cooperation is the key. Together we'll accomplish everything. And the children of the children stand for all the world to see. We are here, we are strong, we are proud and we are free. And the children